Me?
Hmm?
Now, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, champ. My boy Abe Gonzalez. Yo, they call him Booker G. I just call him get it right 99% of the appreciate you jumping in.
Yeah.
He knew I was solo dolo, so he came to be the Scarface to my Manolo. And so we're gonna just dive into this right away, champ, because there's so much going on. First of all, um, the cuts is a big thing, right? The fallout of WrestleMania, the TKO Mark Shapiro call that we now hear him saying that they basically control creative. And that coincides with the news today that Triple H has re signed with TKO as the chief content operator for another 3 years. Abe, all the Triple H is losing confidence in the lead up to WrestleMania, all the Vince is coming back stuff. Here comes TKO doing this. What does this move say, and what do you expect? Or just what do you think this move says?
Yeah, to be honest with you, this feels like WWE is now entering almost the era of baseball. And this is why I say that. Because baseball is analytics driven for everything,
Yes.
right? You start or you get signed or you get X amount of dollars based off of your analytics. And they're running WWE like that. Now, they say that managers don't manage teams anymore, that the
Mm.
analytics team from upstairs is who dictates lineups X, Y, and Z, and whatever the case may be. So if you compare that to WWE, yeah, it's like TKO's. Um, Sorry, there was somebody walking in there. Is the gardener? There was it's TKO is basically dictating. They're the analytics team. They're dictating what makes most sense for them, for the team. And so when you do that, you have to have somebody that is willing to be able to execute the orders and the things that you want done in the matter that you want them. And you, as the manager or the person that is in that position of authority, you either accept that and keep your job, or you don't and keep it moving.
Mm, damn. Yo, that's a big way to say that. That's like a double entendre type of bar right there because it's like, oh man, and I'm just gonna say it, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, but this is kind of what like I hear, and it rationalizes this for me. It's not like, oh, Triple H is bad at the job, obviously, right? It's also not that Triple H is like phenomenal at the job. It's that he fits this medium, right? Where he'll play ball kind of in the way that you said, and at the same time understands the greater purpose, right? Like he's not a mark. Can we just say it like that? He's not a mark, right? Like if Bret Hart was in charge of creative right now, oh boy, we'd be in a lot of trouble. We would get one of those who was it that went out and cut the promo on Hogan on WCW and then Hogan quit the next night?
Oh, you
Uh
the writer.
the writer, yes.
Yeah. I know you're
You know
talking
what I'm talking
about.
about, the New York guy. Hey, he's your boy. He's your boy.
Yeah, he's on.
No, but
He's on
Russo,
that.
Russo
Yeah. He's over there with the with these guys. This
with the
wrestling.
Insane Clown Posse,
Yeah,
right?
Insane Clown Posse.
Yo,
Yeah.
I can't. Hey, I'm gonna tune in. I'm just gonna say, hey, if they get
Yeah.
TV in the ear, don't say you didn't hear it first. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Now they killing it on YouTube though. They got their numbers up.
No, man, I actually watched it when I was a kid. I loved the Juggalo wrestling, right? Because there were
Yeah.
marks like me, right? Like at the end of the day, I'll never apologize for being a mark. Never. It's something that I think bonds me to a community. Can it make me, getting a little insane over things I probably shouldn't be getting insane about at 40 years old? Yeah, sure. But at the end of the day, it's still fun. Triple H, TKO. I want to ask you though, because I haven't heard your side of this at all. Okay. And this ties into what we're talking about. And you kind of went over a little bit. Mark Shapiro in the whole phone call. I think it's kind of taken out of context. This isn't going to be a super popular opinion of mine, but I think it was kind of taken out of context, right? I don't think Mark Shapiro meant that him and Ari Emanuel and Nick Khan are focused on the day to day of creative, right? They don't care. I mean, not that they don't care, but well, no, they don't care what happens to any title or any, they want the tickets sold, the merch gone. That's what they care about. And so when they can come in and say to themselves, hey, I think we have an idea here to insert something with more gravitas, something that captures the mainstream arc, there is literally nothing anyone can do. Not Triple H, not Vince McMahon, nobody, from stopping them and inserting a Pat McAfee where they want, The Rock where they want, Jelly Roll where they want. And I think that's what he was really saying. But Abe, the hooplas died down a little bit. The TKO's running creative narratives died down a little. What do you make of all this? And was that a bad look? Was that something that TKO hurt them or help them? What do you think? Because it did get them in the papers, right?
Yeah, listen, man. Sometimes I feel like some of those guys on that TKO top executive area, they they like the feel of being in the news, and sometimes they
Mm,
say things that maybe they might not say in a casual conversation in the office type of thing, but they will say it on the biggest platforms because they know it'll bring a certain amount of traction to the company. What you were saying before, they look at things from a macro level.
yes.
Triple H is looking things at a micro level, right? They're not really concerned with how the sausage is made, so to speak, right? They're more concerned with that bottom line, that bottom figure. And what they do, and this is what I envision, I kind of related to, when I was in the Marine Corps and working for a 3-star general, right? Like he would say, hey, listen, it's something that I'm, involved in, right? But he'll say, hey, I think that, maybe we should look at doing X, Y, and Z. So then it would be my job in that high position to be like, okay, well, let me see what that looks like and break that down at my level and then see what the end result is. Now, if it doesn't work, then it's up to me to tell them, well, listen, this doesn't work, but we can try this other thing that may end up giving you the same result. Um,
Yeah.
Not everybody does that, but that is a way of doing it. And I can foresee that working in that manner over there in WWE. And excuse the noise on the outside, they're kind of
No, no,
like
no.
some trims and stuff if you hear it.
No, no, that's not not bad at all. Bruce Gas in the chat said, "What's up, Mario? What's up? Right back to you, Bruce. You're the champ." Um, then Supermax in the chat, he said, "You said it best before Mania. TKO runs like a business, not a wrestling business, and that's exactly what this is." And so it's like, if they've always like talked about the Monday Night Wars like it was like a chess game, right? And so essentially, you had this like back and forth for years. But again, this is not that. These people understand macroeconomics. And from an entertainment standpoint, you're talking about like Live Nation. You're talking about like these billionaire companies that are conglomerates of every single version of media. Like these people know exactly what they're doing.
And you know what? Let me add to that. And I think this is the best way to compare it. WWE right now, from the transition from Vince McMahon to TKO, it's almost identical to the transition from George Steinbrenner to Hal Steinbrenner in the Yankees.
Oh, nasty work right there.
100%. It's almost identical.
Nasty work. I see that. That's hey, that's like a double inside baseball comment right there. Hey, listen, I have wait, where did I put this? Oh, here it is. Okay, so I know I feel like we're burning through, but I just want to get through as much. WWE cuts. They happened, they were here. We knew they would happen, and you mentioned it. I remember you thought you had said about like a year ago, you had said that these things were going to be much more what was the word you use? Not visceral. They're just going to be much more precise, right? In a way that big companies do that sort of thing. And so they were going to become more like clockwork, right? More mechanical. And I think that's really what it's starting to feel like. You know what I mean? It's kind of just like this is what it is. Because before, right, in the WWE Vince era, it was like, let's try to like hide this under the rug. Like let's say good things about them. Like if they say that we sent them their stuff back in a garbage bag, like let's try to get away from that narrative or at least like apologize for it. And now it's like, no, you're cut. We don't, this is a business. You know what I mean? We saw that with R-Truth last week. As far as the cuts go, did any surprise you, and any that you thought were on the chopping block? And give us your overall thoughts as well.
Yeah, I was surprised on the Wyatt Six because they were like recently in like a storyline, right?
Yes.
Um, I was surprised about that. I was surprised about was it Kyrie Zane? Kyrie Zane?
Yes, Kyrie Sane.
Yeah,
Oh
I
no, no,
was not
yeah,
Kyrie Zane.
Kyrie Sane. Yeah,
Yeah,
Kyrie Sane. Not Io
yeah,
Sky, Kyrie Sane. Yeah.
yeah. So I was surprised by her because she was recently in a storyline. Um, and you know what? I would not be surprised if AJ Lee is in that boat. And the reason why I say that is because when she cut her promo in the back after the match, she said something about, I hope that they have me back or something like that. Almost meaning that,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah.
because there was some other talk that her merch wasn't like heading in the direction that they wanted it to be or to hit the thresholds that or hit the marks that they wanted. And so they were a little disappointed from her comeback. But that, there's a lot of things that go into that. And so, again, this is all business. If you're not hitting certain numbers, you're out of there. I mean, and that's just what it is. I think the only reason why R-Truth made it back is because there was so much demand. And then in their mind, they was like, well, shit, we could cash in on this demand real quick, make all this money up that we would have lost having him within those 30 days. And, shit, we'll have him back up again. And then we'll figure out what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets cut next year, or
Bro,
later
you're
this
so
year.
right. And I also, to add to your point, I also think it was a part of it where, oh shit, we just created a media monster that has no clause to be away from AEW immediately, right? Because it's one thing if you could fire him and still keep him out of, wrestling for 3 months and let that heat die down or whatever, but you're going to send him to that product after all those WWE fans, you know what I mean? And Nick's like, nope, get back here, and so yeah, I think it was all those things.
Yeah. Now let me tell you the Zelina Vega thing, right? She put out a video and she
Shout
was
out Machine
pissed
Gun
at
Matt and Sean Ross
Sean
Sapp.
Sapp, right? This is the thing. I understand her frustrations. However, um, he didn't put it out before she found out. She already knew. He put it out after the fact. If he would have put it out before she found out, and that's how she found out, that would have been different. But he put it out after she already knew. Now she was upset that she didn't have the opportunity to roll it out on her social media and stuff like that. That's on you. You know what I mean? If you want to wait 15, 20 hours after the fact to do it and set it up and kind of put all the things on it, that's on you. But you can't be mad at somebody putting it out in between that time because you took some time to put it out there to everybody yourself. Like I don't agree with that. Like I think that he was just doing his job and that's it. Like it's part of the business. And she got upset about that, and I understand her losing her job and stuff like that. That's like real serious, real personal stuff. But she is in the wrestling business. She is in the public eye. These things happen.
Yeah. No. You're absolutely right. I want to real quick go through the chat before I add one thing to your point, and I'd like to get your take on my point. So first of all, shout out to Mex who said great comparison on the Steinbrenner thing. And then he said, I was totally shocked by the Aleister Black. So was I. I was super shocked by the Aleister Black. Not because this doesn't fit a pattern, though, more because he was just talked about for like literally one of the biggest matches of Night One Mania. He was the other option for the person on the phone for Randy Orton before they TKO threw Pat McAfee in there. I just assumed you'd at least take a swing with something. You had to have something planned and some narrative or idea. And it's like, see if it works, see if it catches fire. If it doesn't, we'll let him go by July, whatever. I mean, not to be crude. I think that's how they see it. But yeah, that definitely was crazy. Shout out to Machine Gun Matt. He said, champ. Nah, AJ is locked in, fam. She's off limits. Supermex says, yeah, she's legend now. Her safety is included in Punk's paperwork. Hilarious. Did Black only get 1 year deal? Actually, I thought it was like 2 or 3. I thought at the time, but I could be wrong. Not a single YouTube channel has talked about the new Mexican star, David Benavides. Yikes. So look, I want to ask, I want to say this, right? I crashed out a little bit on Zelina. You know, I was live that day. It happened, talking about it, right? I get sent the clip and I'm like, this makes 0 sense. And she's going so hard at Sean Ross Sapp. And this is what, you know, like, just like my journalistic, right, like background, like kind of getting defensive. Alex, of all people, I mean, I'm sorry, of all people, he's a very level-headed person, but you know, anyway, he said, you know, I understand her feelings though, Mario. Like, you have to understand where she's coming from that perspective. And I did. Then as I rationalized it, I thought, she's allowed to feel the way she's allowed to feel. She's wrong. Like, it's not, she's not wrong. She's just not right. Right. Like, Sean Ross is not wrong. But then I thought, why didn't she call out WWE? Like, I'm not in this business like that, right? But I understand this business because I've done it for a decade. So I know that WWE gave him that news. That's where he got it, right? Like, I didn't hear her attacking like that. They wanted the story out a certain way because it controls a narrative, right? Because if Zelina goes on her Twitch and she, you know, does it her way, then that's the narrative that all the sites run with, right? So I'm not saying like Sean is just a tool. He's obviously a great journalist. It's just that in that sense, like, he's earned the right to get that knowledge. And then he's also not the person who is is controlling that mechanism. But what do you say?
Yeah, I mean, listen, she was in the moment. She felt a certain type of way. I think that if you ask her a week from now if she would have done that over again, she might give you a different answer. I honestly believe she was just in the moment. She was pissed off, and like I think Supermax just said, yeah, he said low hanging fruit. I mean, that's basically what it was. She went after that, and but to be honest with you, like, it's crazy because she did that, right? But ultimately, she gave the rub to Sean. He got the rub off of
Yeah,
it.
he got
Like,
that rub, bro. Yo, and they still going hard to him, champ. Like, yo, I just tapped in earlier today because I knew we were gonna do the show. I was like, man, let me see what people, and they're like, oh, they're crashing out on him. And I'm
yeah,
like,
but
yo, Zelina just sent this narrative into the stratosphere. And now it's like, I'm
she
not
put him
saying like
over.
I'm not exactly. She put yo, this game is so crazy, dude. It's such a crazy, crazy game. Oh man. But Matt said Zelina going off on SRS doing his job is kind of stupid. And then Mech said, I feel like Zelina was just hurt and looking to lash out and pick the low-hanging fruit. Oh, you had read that one, my bad. Matt said she picked the one reporter that will tweet back at her. Yeah, I know. I mean, maybe not the one, but definitely one of the ones for sure. But listen, he said, did y'all see Conrad and Meltzer going at it on Twitter? I did not.
Yeah.
In fact, I just saw Meltzer show too. So, I guess it would have been recorded before. So I want to get into oh shoot. I did
Yo, let's
not
get
get
into Jacob Fatu, man. Let's get
Okay,
into
all right.
Jacob,
Hey,
bro.
oh, let's do it. Let's do it. The Jacob Fatu bloodline reunites. And tonight we get an answer about what Jacob Fatu thinks. I think after SmackDown, it's very clear that we're getting them at Backlash. Abe, what do you think? Where's this going?
Yeah, this is going with the Usos joining Jacob Fatu.
Mm,
Period.
the turn.
Period. Because Jacob Fatu represents the now. They're gonna be like, yo, and this is the hint, right? Jacob Fatu was like, I don't want to be the tribal chief. I don't want that. I want the title, the money, the private jets. So he's not going after what's coveted within the family. He's coming after the material things that are associated with being the top guy. Two separate things. Those are two separate things. The Usos, they probably on that same mindset, like, yo, we just trying to get the bag and keep it moving. We're not worried about, because we know what Big Roman's position is. But at the same time, there was too many little bro moments there. Roman trying to tell him what to do and whatever. And I'll tell you right now, I feel like this is also setting up for Zilla Fatu to come through. Jacob
Word?
bringing in Zilla Fatu, and then it'll be Zilla, Jacob, and the Usos running it.
The next generation, the next adaptation of the bloodline. Okay, so here's where I'm going to go with this. I actually can see that narrative. And I don't know if I can see that one specific, but I can see the direction because the Usos on SmackDown represented a potential like they could have helped, right? Jacob Fatu. They could have represented a thing that helps to neutralize Jacob's biggest weakness, and that is that he's a lone Samoan werewolf, right? Um, and so we're not building a story where it looks like, oh, they're helping him, right? This is leading towards them being needed, I think, at some point. Now, this Friday, Jacob Fatu rolled through Solo and the MFTs, and yo, shit, Solo on that list next shit. No, I'm just playing. I know he's safe. But yo, he rolled through them all, bro, one handed with the Usos just standing on the ringside. That was actually a crazy visual. So I see that, right? Roman is full time, okay, for the next at least several months for the summer. Do you see him not being the champion? Do you see like a constant Jacob Fatu power struggle there? What do you think happens? Because it's like he's not going to beat Roman and Roman's going away.
Yeah, no, I think that it's going to be a situation where Roman is going to detach himself from the bloodline, and he's just going to be the champion doing his thing as a champion. Jacob, the Usos, is going to be running around doing their thing separately. And that's where I'm saying they bring in Zilla. And then what you can do is you can do Survivor Series, bloodline again with the MFTs and Jacob, Zilla, and the Usos if you want to go in that direction.
Yeah. So Mex said they were beefing hard the other day. Meltzer got cooked like Mario when I make a surprise run in on the show. Mex said, like that, I don't know it'll happen because Jacob is the lone wolf character. I feel like we're getting the J turn here. I do too. Fatu. Oh, Matt said Fatu shouldn't be the tribal chief because the bloodline didn't want him until Solo brought him in. And then Mex said, oh, God, no, we don't need the great value Jacob standing with Jacob. Zilla can stay in whatever FVW he works in on Mondays. Damn, champ. He hates Zilla. I don't know why, bro.
Yeah.
He does not like Zilla. Roman is a full-time like a holiday employee. Yo, they're killing it in the chat. Uh,
Yo, Max. If you want to see Zilla get stomped out by Danny Limelight on the Indies, there's plenty of video of that recently too.
oh yeah, I seen the oh man, yeah. No, and you're right though. Roman was treating the Usos like yo, like Punk was talking to him that, in the road to WrestleMania. Like it was weird, right? Because even though they went out and we had this like reuniting bloodline moment, he was like, come on. Like that's what he did to them on the way out. Like he passed them up, and it wasn't like, oh man, I'm so glad to see you. Like, this is awesome, right? Come on, let's go. It was like, I'm gonna leave. And then he was like, I'm gonna turn back. And I'm not gonna like fully go back and walk to them and be like, you know what, guys, let's rock out together. It was just like that. I'm a signal. You better know what I'm talking about type vibe. And it's
Yeah,
like, oh man, that's abusive. That's toxic, Roman. That's
yeah.
like
And he was
the
like, and he was like, oh yeah, what are you doing beefing with a
with
a
with
rapper
a
from the
50
'90s
year
or
old.
some shit?
Oh, that was oh man, that was crazy. Yeah, that
Yeah,
felt like old bloodline shit right there.
yeah,
And
yeah,
and
yeah.
that's gonna push Jay. That's definitely gonna push Jay. Um, yikes. I want
And
to ask you.
and I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna say also, like when Jacob was doing his SmackDown promo, uh Jay was in the corner there, kind of like reciting it with him. Kind of, I don't know if he was off character or they're gonna use that to like, Roman be like, yo, why are you reciting his lines like that? Like, so that's something to look out for too.
Oh yeah, I like that. So I wanted to bring up real quick before I switch to one last topic, Cody Rhodes and the eye and everything that's kind of gone down with him. The internet seems to very much still be mad about Randy Orton not winning. That booking seems to have gone I think backwards. I don't know. Maybe that's what they wanted. Maybe they're all this is leading to a Cody heel turn. I highly doubt it. But that said, I mean, that would be the thing that would make sense because it's like, okay, so they're saying we're entering the Super Cody era. Do you feel like that? Is this starting to feel like the Super Cena era to you, or Cena just won all the time and it was like that? Because it seems like that's the narrative that's starting to build on Cody a bit.
Yeah, but I just don't know. Like, so where does Cody go from here? Like, is he starting this rivalry with CM Punk now? I think that the Cody versus CM Punk will probably be the Saudi Arabia card in June,
Yeah, that feels like a Saudi Arabia WrestleMania main event.
right? And kind of like two baby faces going at each other. Hey,
Doesn't really matter. Yeah.
you did such a good job. Blah
Good
blah blah
call,
blah.
dude.
Yeah. So I think that's next. But then what do you do after that? Like, what what major storyline can Cody be in? I don't know, because it's like they're running out the same people every week. And this is something I told you that I was afraid that was going to happen. It's Roman, it's Seth, it's Becky Lynch, it's uh who's the other one? Somebody else. It's like every week,
Drew
same
McIntyre.
people. Drew McIntyre, same people every week, every week, everywhere. There's no switching it up because they're the ones that selling the merch. That's how they're gonna do it. Put the people that are selling the merch to continue to sell the merch. Um,
Mm,
the only reason why the Miz hasn't gotten cut is because he's very good at being the guy that represents the company. You can send them out to do the kids events. You can send them out to do the charity events, and he smashes it. He knows what he needs to do. He's a professional. Boom, you can use him. If it wasn't for that, he would have been cut already. I'm telling you that right now. But he has established value within the company, and as long as he continues to do that, he'll still be around.
mm. Yeah, I think so. I will tell you there is this one storyline if they want to go the direction of heel at some point. They're bringing up Ricky Saints to SmackDown. They're bringing him up. He's part of Cody's, graduating class, right? He's like his star pupil along with Jade. You can sell Cody as a face as for months these two, do heel stuff, right? Even behind his back or without his knowing or whatever, right? All the while building to it. I mean, you'd put yourself in a position where you're like gonna have to turn him heel. So I don't know if they do that, but it's certainly something that I'm looking forward to at some point with Ricky Saints. I hope. But either way, real quick, I do want to get your one take on Danhausen reportedly being the top merch seller consistently throughout the WrestleMania weekend, even at times eclipsing Roman Reigns. Does that surprise you, Abe, or what do you think about this news?
I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. I'm really not. I mean, it's like, it's kind of goofy. He has like that goofy personality. Uh, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. It's almost like, I'm gonna tell you right now, if they put Mr. Iguana on the main show and sell the iguanas at the merch stand, he'd be the top selling merch person. It's part of the gimmick. Like, if you have a gimmick that looks appealing, you can get it off and you can be the top guy.
Well said. So last thing before you head out, I want to switch real quick. AJ Fury got done. Reportedly, AJ is going to take a tune-up. What the heck? Get out of here. AJ's going to take a tune-up. It looks like. What do you think of the fight finally getting done? Does this feel more Pacquiao Mayweather to you, or do these guys still have something left in them to give us a show?
Yeah, so yes, Joshua's fighting in July. He's fighting against an Albanian dude that lives in New Jersey, who has a 100% knockout ratio, but against people that aren't on the level of AJ. They said that AJ Fury is done. I will say that I will take that for now, given that he came from the ring and Turkey, who's funding it. I'll take that as it being done. AJ didn't come out and say that it wasn't accurate, so I will also take that as it being done. But they probably don't want to speak too much on it because they got this first fight coming up, right? And I can respect that. Get the first fight done, and then it's all hands on deck. But I'm gonna tell you something right now. This thing's gonna be on Netflix. Netflix is gonna put the entire building behind this one. I'm gonna tell you right now. They did it for Fury Makhmudov because they knew what that was. That was what it was. They wasn't gonna put money into something that they knew was only gonna generate X amount of views. Fury Joshua, on the other hand, they know that this is gonna be the fight. So they're gonna put, you're gonna see, you're not gonna be able to be on any social application or anything on the internet without seeing Fury Joshua. Trust me when I tell you that when the time comes, that's gonna be the case. It's gonna be the biggest fight in the world, period. And those guys got something to give still. Both of them do. And Joshua still is young enough to where he can turn Fury's lights out if he needs to, or if he can.
Agreed.
You know what I mean?
I want to ask you though, because you had made some brilliant comments during the last Fury fight. That was the awkward exchange between Eddie, Turkey, AJ, Fury, Frank, and everybody involved. We all know what transpired there based on what I know already. And it sucks because obviously we have viewers that don't, but, does this now make AJ the A side? Everybody collapsed to him, right? If Fury or does Fury have to go into his ring for AJ to be the A side? I feel like this makes him the A side already.
Yeah, he was always the A side. I think that
only Turkey forgot.
I think that he established that once. And listen, it was a gamble. It was a gamble, right? I don't think that they were like 100% confident, but Eddie Hearn, credit to him, he took the gamble and he told Joshua, nah, don't go up there. And it worked out for them. And I understand why they did that. Hey, listen, they've been there before, the verbally agreed and all that, and then the fight didn't happen. Why go through all that again? And oh, by the way, it's a Frank Warren show, so they're not gonna put him over. They're like, nah,
Yeah, yeah.
nah, we'll wait, we'll wait. And then so now what's gonna end up happening is let's see how much power Turkey really has. So this July fight, is Fury gonna be there? Is he gonna tell Fury, yo, go up to the ring and do the face off? He's gonna have
Dude,
to.
he's gonna
He's
have
gonna have
to.
to.
He has to.
So guess
Like if
what?
you, I
Guess what?
wouldn't. Martin
Guess
McGill would
what?
never, bro.
You gotta come see the landlord. Yo, and I fuck with him for that, man. Hey, well played, AJ.
Well
Well
played, bro.
played.
Bro, I said it, dog. I said it. I've been schooling people on AJ from the beginning because Americans didn't know. Yo, that guy, he it's like you just like wake up and say, nah, I'm gonna be a star. That's just I'm gonna do it. You know what I mean? And like that's the energy. I gotta respect him for it. Like that was a gamble. And
It was a gamble.
looks like it paid off. You know what I mean? Like, he got his own. And like, what was crazy is I remember in the interview afterwards, and the reporter who has to be fired by now because she's like, and do you think you'll take your own, tune up before the fight? And you could just see AJ's clocks like just. Yeah, you know what? I need an extra 10, 15 mil, whatever I can get for a nothing fight before I get that big payday. Yo, respect to that, man. But hey, appreciate you on all the work you've been doing actually for the last year as it relates to the TKO stuff. We saw the hearings yesterday. You've been doing a great job, dude. Continue to please do a great job. Fightsatw.com. Y'all gotta go. You gotta support because it gets us stuff that we don't have to worry about where it comes from. So shout out to
And
you, Abe.
and what Matt was saying, yeah, like it is, but Turkey's also part owner of the zone, so the zone's gonna get cut off, like or broken off, I should say, with a little check for that. Definitely, like don't think that they're not. So that's gonna happen, but they're okay with it as long as they get a little licensing fee or whatever the case may be, and they'll keep it moving.
Mm.
Yeah, and then I guess we'll see. But the second half of the year is looking real good, and yeah. I guess we'll see how that works out. But this weekend is going to be a heavy, heavy, heavy weekend. So some big
Oh man,
fights,
that
and
Nakutani
yeah,
fight.
and I know, Matt, you said something about not too much action on Benavidez out there. Listen, he is, if he dominates Zerto, man, it's gonna be hard to argue against him not being that guy, right? If he struggles with Zerto, it's like, okay, you went up 20 something pounds to fight the two title WBA and the WBO champ, and you came up short, honorable, but not at the next level, right? And then if he loses, maybe the same thing. But if he wins and he looks good winning, shit, man, it's gonna be hard to argue that he's not that man right now.
Clip that. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, very well said, bro. Very well said. And that gives me a really good swing point on your way out. You want to give your socials real quick?
Yeah, man. At ABG718 on X. FightsATW.com is the website. ABG Boxing is the YouTube page. I got some interviews coming up. I got some Junto Nakatani exclusives on that's coming up.
Hell yeah.
Got some Richard Torres stuff coming up on that. So
Nice.
and on the website. And shout out to Mex Machine Gun Matt. Contrary to what Mario might have told you, I'm open to doing your show. Just let me know what's up, because I know he probably buried
No.
you. So just hit me up, all right?
Yo, you're the worst, dog. And that's because I was like the one that wanted to see it the most. You're the worst. Yeah.
All
Love
right,
you,
man.
Jeff. Appreciate
All
you,
right,
big
man.
dog.
All right then.
Peace
Peace.
out. Talk to you later. That was Abe Gonzalez, the one and only, bruh. Just the best with the outro. Because I have a good point. Let me catch up right quick on this though. Yo, y'all are cooking for real. First of all, I'm gonna just go back to this one. We had called Roman a full timer. Matt said Roman is full time like a holiday employee. That was a good one, bro. Max said, I only want to see Zilla pushing carts at Walmart, champ. Matt's convinced the Cody versus coming. Yo, we all waiting for your boy to show up from The Boys, the character Homelander version. And that was what I was gonna say too. Like, I really, really, really want to see a Nightmare heel faction, right? But like the way I see it playing out right now, like at this moment, is oh, okay, like they're gonna be heel as Cody stays face. And it's like it looks like he knows nothing or is unaware of, their motives or whatever. But that's like the MJF thing, when MJF and Cody, or when Cody brought MJF into AEW, there was that storyline they were playing where Cody thought MJF was this like really nice guy because every time Cody turned his back, MJF would be like a huge dick to people and just be like an asshole. And that was like the narrative. That was the launching point of MJF's TV career for AEW, was that narrative. He was still signed to MLW when that shit was going on. Almost positive. He definitely wasn't signed to AEW yet. So like this was a thing where Cody really believed in him. And that's what I always wanted to see at I don't want to say the big level, but at the bigger level, let's say that. Because AEW is still the big level. It's just not as big as WWE. But yeah, I always wanted to see that narrative play out. MJF coming in on Raw. Cody's like, this is, my boy. It doesn't work though now because everybody knows MJF. Or I mean, not everybody, but more people know MJF probably in AEW than anyone else, other than maybe Kenny Omega, probably. Yeah, that's probably fair to say. But worldwide, I guess if you count worldwide, maybe Will Ospreay. No, Kenny Omega worldwide, I think. But anyway, MJF's probably definitely in the top 3 as far as Americans go, most recognizable. And here's the other thing. Like Will, I love Will, but he's never going to not sound like a dumb Brit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm an American. I'm a stupid American with stupid American language that we stupidly messed up from. Actually, it wasn't even the English. I learned the other day it was actually what was the culture? It was like Aesopian. I forget. But yeah, it was like, and then also Caucasians originated in Asia. Like, what? That's fucking weird. But anyway, yeah, I just never saw that narrative playing out anywhere but WWE. And now it's like, well, if you're never going to do it, why not let it run with Ricky Saints? Ricky Saints can be, the asshole young kid, even though he's not that young, to Cody's like, squeaky good guy babyface type ish. Matt said the Miz has evidence on Nick Khan. I know it. Danhausen's hot right now. Yeah, champ. I wasn't surprised, actually. I mean, no. I'm lying. I'm not gonna say that. I'm lying. I was very surprised. But more so, I didn't stay surprised. Does that make sense? Can we all does that work? Because here's the thing, right? I know that at the end of the day, I bought into Danhausen because there was something special about him, right? Or something special about his gimmick and something special about his act. It's not just that Danhausen is a viable character. It's that it's a viable character that everyone can try to emulate, but there's only one because he does it perfectly, right? He really is like Hulk Hogan in that sense. Chill the fuck out. I didn't say they sell the same. I'm not saying him and Hulk Hogan are on the same fucking stratosphere. Chill. I'm saying that, like Hulk Hogan, or I would say like Danhausen, Hulk Hogan is a character that was created that everybody could try to emulate, but very few could authentically pull it off, right? Authentically. Oh, you could get like, the fat guy that does John Madden. What was that guy's name? The guy that does John Madden and Trump. He has like a Italian name, I think. He's a big fat white guy. Not Will Sasso, the other big fat white guy. No, I'm just kidding. I forget his name. He was like really popular in the mid to late 2000s or late 2000s to early 2010s, and he did John Madden perfectly, and he does Trump like fucking great. Fuck, I forgot that guy's name. I'm too high to look it up. But anyway, the point I was going to make is that Hulk Hogan is a character you can try to do, and even if you do the voice and the mannerisms, you don't fucking look like Hulk Hogan, right? Nobody's going to look, and Danhausen has that. Like, he's this like tiny little ripped boy who's also a 50-year-old man with a 60-year-old man's hairline, and it all works. Every bit of it works, right? Every bit of it. So yeah, I was surprised because we're talking about effing Roman Reigns, but I didn't stay surprised. So yeah. Anyway, interesting that Dan. Oh yeah, that was a good point. And this is gonna bring me to my point that I wanted to make. So that was well said by Abe, right? Because he's right. Turkey is the driving force of DAZN. Let's be honest, DAZN doesn't exist today if Turkey didn't come in and do, a full-on takeover. Maybe the ring doesn't exist. I don't know. Who knows? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe, right? Money talks, bullshit walks. I had Uncle Mike, who I loved very much, pass away a few years ago. And he used to say that all the time. He used to say a lot of things, most of them super inappropriate that would get me canceled. But that one is one. Also, he would say, get off your feet, lose your seat. That was the other thing we added to that, but that's parts inappropriate. So anyway, we look at this Netflix deal, right? Or Netflix fight, and Turkey as the proprietor of it all, right? Like if he's satisfied, everybody else is satisfied. And let's be honest, right? DAZN is easily satisfied in this situation because something's better than nothing. And that's what I wanted to bring everybody's attention to. Here at Infighting FX, we try to think beyond today or tomorrow, right? We try to look at things in a more larger macro sense. We fail a lot. But in this sense, I think we're going to do a pretty good job because when you look at what Netflix represents, it's like what the Supreme Court is supposed to be for America. Because back in the day when a network like Showtime lost a big $1 million fight, right? Like something that Joshua and Fury represents. Was anybody on IG? No. Well, then fuck it. Just drop it. You can delete the video. I'll take it off. I'm going to take it off from mine. Just make sure it's off. The fuck, you idiot. There was 21 people on. God damn it. Why do I ask 17-year-old family members to help me with stuff? Why? I'm the moron, actually. All right. Anyway, we're off IG. We're done. I'm not going back. So the point I was going to make is that back in the day when Showtime lost a fight that was worth millions, in the same kind of fashion that we see AJ and Fury and what they represent, the alternative was HBO, and vice versa. If HBO lost a fight, that fight essentially went to Showtime. Now, fights didn't really move in that kind of general direction, right? You had to secure the fighter and then, hope to have access to the other fighter that, but when you didn't, and that other fighter belonged to HBO and other one belonged to Showtime, it was an impossible feat. That fight had to get so popular that both sides stood to make a crazy shit ton of money, despite the fact that they'd only be halfway in, you know. And when I was younger, around the 2000s, HBO dominated, right? And if a big fight was happening, HBO was taking the lead. That switched with Floyd Mayweather. And all of a sudden Showtime started taking the lead, right? They had the golden goose. So they called the shots. And then if you look at DAZN, and since its iteration, right, they've had to deal with Showtime, they've had to deal with NBC, Fox, CBS, what else? NBC and NBC Sports Network. What else? I mean, a shit ton of places, right? Prime, um, ESPN, obviously, just like a whole host of other competitors, right? Now, they represented a niche market because they didn't have a hard channel at that time. That different today, but still, they don't really like post content like that. Um, and so when you look at what DAZN is scared of most, there's or what any network is scared of most when losing a fighter or a fight, it's the other side gaining from it, right? So in this sense, nobody's feeling bad about losing to Netflix, right? Like Netflix is a commodity that if they said tomorrow, you know what, we're going to give up all the other content and we're just going to focus on boxing because we want to destroy our company. No, I'm just kidding. No, it would destroy it. But we want to do that. They would take everyone out in a minute, right? They have the biggest connections. Well, I don't know if they take everyone out in a minute, but they'd certainly be able to attract everybody, right? The zone would be finished. Netflix represents this kind of neutral landmark, like pay-per-view kind of did in the past, where it's like if you can get to Netflix, there's no hard feelings with the other, entity. And in this case, we're just talking about the zone, but if ESPN stays in it, Prime probably won't, but let's say they do for another year or so. Um, I just think that Netflix is positioned well to exist as this alternative medium that works outside the boxing political landscape. Does that make sense? And we've never had that before. We've never had that before. Even DAZN existed as a sort of political entity within boxing, right? Like, look how long it took Bob to come to the table with them. And then look how much longer it took for them to sign. Like, I'm not going to go through the minutia of what is reported about all that stuff because probably like 80%, 90% of it isn't true. But the one narrative that continues to pop up within the circles of people who knew what was going on is that they were like, anyone else, this was top rank during them looking for another for a broadcast partner before they ended up with the zone, right? This was them and they were at that part of the wedding where it's like, does anybody have any objections? And everybody's like, I'm good, you good? Yeah, I don't know. And then they're like, did you had no? Oh, who else? Anybody? Objections is what we're talking about. Nobody? There's somebody, right? Somebody had didn't somebody come before and have a paper? Where is that paper? And they said they had an objection. Where's the objection? That was them. Like, anyone else have any other offer? Come on, anybody. Couple million in a Target and Walmart gift card, anything, anybody? And here we are today. It's like you're just back with the zone. You know what I mean? Or not back with the zone, but ended up where you were going to end up all along, what most industry people assumed was going to happen. And the only reason people stopped believing that was going to happen is because it was taking so long to happen. Now, again, I don't know the finer points. I don't know the deals, and there were multiple on the table throughout that time period from late August, maybe late September to just before they, agreed to terms with DAZN. All I know is that it took a little longer than I think they wanted. I think they would have much rather preferred Sanders Ayaz's biggest fight, be on the bigger stage. I appreciate Tubi and or Roku or hard channels that are free with a smart TV or device. I just, I wouldn't suggest you building a star that way. Max said, respect Danhausen. And Jesus. We shall definitely see Saturday. What was that on? Oh, the Mexican Destroyer, about him stopping Zurdo. I think that's a very good point, though. While there seems to be a lot less traction than most people would have assumed for this fight, especially on this date, I think that we have to remember that there were times where Canelo was much less of a star fighting on these dates. It was the moments he produced that went on to become, to make him the star that he is. So it's like, I could see David Benavidez mattering a whole lot more after Saturday if he shows up and does it, does it big time. Big time. I checked your live, Abe. Let's collab. Oh, my bad. That was from earlier. Yeah. No, I told Matt. I told Matt. I said, I told Abe. I was like, hey, Matt wants you to go on. He wants to know if you go on. And then he said, yeah, of course. And I was like, yeah, I knew you would. I was like, yeah, I can't wait to see it. Fucking Abe, dude. Oh, shout out Machine Gun. So anyway, we to talk about the AJ Fury stuff real quick. I definitely think that this, if there were any questions after the Fury fight and the debacle that was the non-face off between AJ and Fury, if there was any not disagreement, but chatter as to there was a narrative that Fury was somehow competitive with the A side of Joshua. And as Abe said, they're not. And it never was. Joshua was always the A side. That said, we have now actual, data to support it, right? Here was Fury fighting a fight that didn't relatively matter. More so, it was the fight to get to the fight, right? He has a big night. He's on, cloud nine. And they want to facilitate this fight and get it popping proper, right? And AJ says, no, no, no. No, no, no. Remember that, Matumbo? And so there was this like awkward exchange as Joshua just sat stoic, like fucking the Nation of Domination behind Farouk back in the day. And he's just like, I ain't fucking moving. I ain't budging. Him and Eddie like locked eyes. You know what I mean? Like they were like, oh, we're gonna, yeah. And he didn't go nowhere. And so this idea that AJ ducked began to pop up. And again, it was because people didn't understand what was going on, right? Would you call, like, let's go back to 2010, right? And let's see. Who can I use as an example? Lucas Matisse, right? He gets beat by Danny Garcia. And after the fight, Lucas Matisse grabs the mic, calls out Mayweather, and Mayweather doesn't get in the ring. That's not a duck. Danny Garcia wins that night. He won that night. He calls out Floyd. And Floyd's like, Floyd was fighting that night, obviously. So I was like, no, but let's just say in another universe, and Danny calls out Floyd, and Floyd doesn't get in the ring. That's not a duck, right? It's not a duck for the money to not go to you. You got to go to the money, right? When you go to your job in the morning, you don't clock in from your house, right? You clock in from work. So if you want that work, you got to go where the money is. That's the whole point of this, right? Fury had to go to AJ. Frank had to go to Eddie because Eddie is with AJ. Turkey had to secure AJ. Okay. Netflix loves themselves some Fury. I get it. He's entertaining. I've always thought Tyson Fury. I remember he beat Steve Cunningham. I think it was a Thursday night fight. Me and my cousin had just got back from the gym, and we knew the fight was happening. We were so excited that Fury was fighting in America at that point, against an American, right? And he, he beat Steve Cunningham. And I remember thinking, oh, wow, this guy has a future here in America. He's entertaining, and he sings and he does all these crazy antics and he dresses like a fucking slow Batman. I shouldn't have said that. That was weird. And so I just think that it's like, a moment in time that'll just be considered like a big lapse of judgment because this fight was always going to happen on AJ's terms. And if it wasn't, it would have already happened by now, right? Uh, at this point, everybody in the Fury camp kind of knows what time it is for real, for real. And so it's like either we're securing this next big check, which by the way, probably comes with like another deal from Netflix to extend the show, which comes with other perks and you know what I mean? Like all these things for a guy who's kind of persona non grata in every other aspect of entertainment because of his former ties to one he who not be named. His name's Daniel Kinham. I said it. What are you gonna fucking do about it? Max said, when Fury walks second, shut that B-side shit up. Bro, if Joshua wants to walk first, that's just like an A-side thing. Like, we seen Floyd do that. We seen Floyd play the mind games where he's like, nah, I want to walk first this time. I was like, oh, what the fuck? We even seen people take down, like, switch blue and red. For years, it was like red was the A side. And then it was like, nah, I want to start taking blue. And then they switched it and people would start switching it. And it was just like back and forth forever. And so, this whole fucking A side red, B side red, bullshit. I'll give you millions of examples of the other ones. So here's the thing. I'll tell you what, you have zero argument if Fury gets in that ring with Joshua. They're gonna try to spin it. They're gonna say, oh, we didn't duck. See, when we had the chance to not duck, we don't duck. We didn't duck. That's gonna be their narrative. The truth is, Fury had to come to Joshua. They had to come to the Don. You know what I mean? Like, you want to run this game, you want to run this play, you got to see the coach. You know what I mean? You got to see the coach, and you got to see the owner. And ultimately, the owner's got to be like bowing down to the coach, right? Because like, what's you gonna do? You ain't gonna play them dudes on Sunday. You're not gonna be involved in any aspect of the actual competition. So you got to bow down to the coach. AJ has to be the A side. Otherwise, he'd not be getting a tune-up, especially one so soft. Not that I think it's bad. I think it's very good because the guy's in a car accident. And even though I do think he's a good enough athlete or a great enough athlete, I think he's young enough to have, rebounded from that. Seems like he takes care of his body really well, like even outside of boxing. And so this situation where you find yourself, oh man, I'm going to test the waters. I think that's smart, right? So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, by the way, I forgot, and this will bring us to our next topic, which is the Hulk Hogan documentary. We gonna talk about it. Um, actually, I haven't finished it. I've only seen the first 2 episodes. You know what? Let's just turn it on right now. Fuck it. Like salted stuff, like roast beef, fried stuff, like fried steaks. Hey, can you put a DP in the freezer for me? Thank you. Oh fuck, dude, my back is so. Jesus Christ, that was bad. That was totally a fart, though. That was not the chair at all. I know you thought that might have been the chair, but it wasn't. 1000%. Did you hear me fart? That was me. Did you want water? They're right there. Yeah. At the very top near the Coronas. Okay. I'm selling my Bud Light little college fridge. It's just too big in the office. And also my new capture card is that was like very frustrating yesterday. It was like a frustrating 48 hours, really. But shout out to my cousin Adam, who very much helped us get things popping. Let me you know what? We'll do that in a second. All right. So, where are we at? A couple of notes I want to go through. So I found this.
I said, okay.
I don't know if y'all saw this, right? So, RAF, which stands for Real American Freestyle, is it's a freestyle wrestling promotion. Actually, you know who's a part of it? Well, it's owned by TKO, I think, right? But it's Eric Bischoff. I found out has something to do with this shit, which is pretty cool. Anyway, Armand from the UFC wrestled Giorgio, and this was like a huge match or whatever. And everybody was looking forward to it, right? These two guys, big shit talkers, and they had their match. And Armand threw a right hook, I think it was, or left hook, something to Giorgio after the match, caused a scuffle, both sides, and look, like that's bullshit, right? Like if we're talking the Olympics and we're talking like the sanctity of like college wrestling and like, you know, the actual sport, this would be bullshit, but that's not what this is, right? RAF is something different. And I think that it is probably first of all staged. Um and if not staged, then kind of implied, right? Because you have to have these kinds of like moments to separate yourself. Like if you want to watch the world's best wrestlers, um, this is not really where you're gonna go, right? You're gonna go to the Olympics, you're gonna go to the to the world qualifiers, you're gonna go to the worlds, the international competitions, all those things. And at the end of the day, this has to separate itself from that, right? There has to be some sort of entertainment fused in it. So I had no problem when this went on. I mean, honestly, I kind of expected it. Like, didn't we should have, I think. But anyway, because some people will be like, oh yeah, it's like this isn't wrestling, right? This isn't what wrestling's supposed to be. And I did try wrestling and it's fucking hard. And I respect the shit out of it. And at the end of the day, I just want these guys to be able to have like something to go to after they're done, right? Like everybody has something, football, baseball, tennis, golf, right? But wrestling doesn't. Wrestling ends, and then you got to make a decision, which is do something that is like pro wrestling, very much not like what you do, or MMA, which is also very much not what you do. And people who are casual fans would say, like, they'll look at that and they'll say, "Oh no, 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 those are the same things, right? Like, oh, that's wrestling and MMA are the same." And it's like, no, not even close to the same thing. Like, if you think those are the same thing, do you think volleyball and basketball are the same thing because they're played on a court, involve a ball in a net? No, you fucking idiot. I'm just kidding. But anyway, I wanted to give you a little bit of that um background because I found this clip where Armin says that he was always going to throw that punch. So let's watch.
And I heard the whistle. I said, okay, I won. And then let's see like who's the best MMA guy.
Okay, so just to clear up.
Oh, my bad. It wasn't a hook. He had him knee on. Oh shit. Oh yeah, he had him knee to belly. That's crazy.
When time was out, he didn't actually do or say anything.
No, nothing.
All right.
Yeah, I was just ready to rock and roll.
Armin,
Yeah.
nobody admits to this. All right, you're
Nothing. He didn't say nothing. It was my game plan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Armin. I was not ready for this level of honesty. Anybody else would have made it the other guy's fault. So you're admitting that time ran out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was my game plan.
Okay. I don't mean to laugh.
Yeah.
You're saying that's very funny.
So I don't know if I fully believe him, but he understands. If you want to make anything like big that has to do with wrestling or jujitsu, which are so much more underwatched compared to the three big combat sports, this is the guy. This is the guy. And it's a love him or hate him situation, right? Like, I'm not saying, oh, you guys should love him. I'm saying, here's Conor McGregor, guys. Do you need another one? Do you need another one? Here you go. Here's this guy. And he understands like how his shtick translates to American audiences. Like, he really does. Like, he doesn't care to be liked. That's not his goal. That's not his shtick. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. Because I'm free. All right. So I saw that. Here's this. Yeah, we already talked about this. My bad. Fightful Select has reported that Danhausen sold more merchandise than Roman Reigns or any member of the Bloodline during WrestleMania 42 weekend in Las Vegas. The top 3 merchandise sellers over the weekend were CM Punk, Cody Rhodes, and Dan motherfucking Housen. Wow. Don't be surprised if TKO asked WWE to book Danhausen to defeat Roman Reigns in a world championship match soon. Now, obviously, that's a joke. Is it? Is it? Could we see this version of TKO that very much is well admitted to calling the shots when they need to be called? That's not me saying that I believe that they're in charge of creative, because I don't think they'd give a shit about week-to-week TV. That does make me believe that when they can capitalize on something financially, they will incorporate whatever storyline and or narrative necessary. Necessary? Is it necessary to push Danhausen? If you want fucking millions, it is. And all I'm saying is fucking TKO's not a wrestling business, and they're not in the wrestling business. They're in the entertainment business. And even though I would vomit all over my live stream, and I would just write the word vomit, vomit, vomit on my recap for fightsatw.com, like the one I'm going to write for Raw, which you can go and read tonight, and also my one from SmackDown. Even though I would vomit, there would be millions of kids out there and millions of virgin adults. I used to be one. I can talk about them. Even though that's the case, I don't think they care. They wouldn't give a shit about what I think. That's for them, and they would mark out for it. There's this little girl on TikTok. She's adorable. She's deaf and she does sign language stuff. And she did this one with Danhausen that blew up, or not with Danhausen, but it was like basically like when wrestlers have like gestures that mimic sign language, she interprets them as sign language. It's actually really a fucking brilliant shtick. Honestly, I'm sure that they're making money on it, and they should be, because just brilliant, right? Just absolutely brilliant. Taking wrestlers' gestures, right? Stone Cold, The Rock, Randy Orton, Cody Rhodes, fucking The Rock, all that dumb shit everybody does, right? I mean, not dumb shit, but all that stuff that people do, right? Their little gestures and maneuvers. Now, she uses them in ways that, like, if they look like a certain thing, right? Like within ASL. And I can tell you that type of content is so much more important to TKO, because it's so much more profitable. Like I enjoy seeing that wholesome type stuff, right? So does mostly everybody, but only psychos like Mankind falling from a cage, like me, only weirdos rewatch Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart's hour-long Iron Man match, and then stop it 15 minutes in to go back to the Gold Dust and Roddy Piper match, so you can watch that fully, and then you go back to the very beginning, and then you try to curse Gorilla Monsoon every step he takes towards the ring when he fucking absolutely rips off Bret the Hitman Hart. It's an Iron Man match. That's what they signed up for. What the fuck is overtime? There's no sudden death. That's not a thing. This isn't the school fucking house. This isn't the playground. Sudden death. Eat shit. Eat shit, Gorilla Monsoon. You know what? No, I love Gorilla Monsoon. Rest in peace. I'm sorry. It makes me mad. It's like fucking it's the bottom of the ninth in the World Series, and the game's tied and they go into extras, and in the top of the 10th, you know, fucking Bud Selig, I know he's not who's the fucking guy now? I forget who it is, but you know, the commissioner comes running down to the mound, and they're like, wait, we're going to settle this with a home run derby. Actually, that would be sick. I would love, oh man, that would be fucking awesome. Imagine being at the game 7 where the commissioner runs down to the mound, stops the game, and they're like, we're not doing extras like some basic ass bitch World Series. This is the Gen Z world. I don't know what we'd call it. This is the fucking Savannah Bananas World Series. And we're in this bitch with a home run derby. Better yet, you have to take everybody in the bullpen and they have to have a soccer shootout. There you go. If you could bring a rink in, it'd be better to do it hockey style, but probably can't be done. So let's just set up 2 soccer goals. You get where I'm going with this, right? You get where I'm going with this. This is a whole bit that I'm doing, but I hope you understand that I'm being a dumbass. All right. So if you are someone who's a little sensitive to being called out on being a dumbass or a moron, this is probably the time where you'd leave. Because I'm about to call out a moron. We're going to talk about it. We have to talk about it. I'm going to let Dana White introduce the topic.
Guys running in with guns, and they were screaming, "Get down!" I didn't get down. It was fucking awesome. I literally took every minute of it in, and it was a pretty crazy, unique experience.
So you were on the aisle. What exactly?
I was sitting. We were sitting right in front of the table.
Okay.
Right in front of where the president was.
Yes. And what exactly happened? So someone got tackled, or like what?
Nobody got tackled, but guys came in looking for shooters, and they came toward our table. I thought the shooter was over by us or something.
All right. Oops, that wasn't supposed to happen. So this is like as douchey as a human being can get, right? Like in this moment. So if you didn't know what happened, that's crazy to me, but I'm sure you do. There was a shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Most of MAGA believes it is a false flag operation at this point. I should say most of MAGA that's left MAGA and is trying to like reincorporate what MAGA represents and what it is. All right. So anyway, it happened this weekend, White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's funny when you think about it too, because if you know, if you follow politics, which, you know, you don't have to, it's probably better if you don't. But I do, and I have been for a very long time. And what I can tell you is it's funny because the White House Correspondents' Dinner represents something very pivotal in the Trump presidential run, in his political run, right? The White House Correspondents' Dinner, many people believe, was the final straw for Donald Trump. Most people don't even realize Donald Trump had ran for president before all that, before he actually was elected. He had campaign, you know, he'd been talking about that shit for years. He had a failed moment where he pulled out early and then gave it his all in 2016. And most people assume that the two differences there are NBC's hardball that they were playing to renew his contract for his show, which was a huge hit at the time, called The Apprentice. This is at the peak of reality TV. And so that plus the Obama White House Correspondents' Dinner, in which Trump was basically the biggest joke of the night. They made a shit ton of jokes about him. Now, you have to remember Obama's, at this point punching up because Trump's made a name for himself in conservative circles by questioning Obama's um, entire identity and where he was born. He said he was an American, all this like crazy shit, just to, basically just to get people to watch the show. And so all of that collateral turned into political collateral. Anyway, we are here, and Dana White, who's at the White House court. Oh, I said all that because people think that when Obama roasted Donald Trump, that was the like I said, the final tipping point. After that, he's like, fuck it, I'm a run. I don't know how many people know this, but he tried to run as a Democrat. It's like so many people don't even know that. Like, so many people don't even realize that he's never been a politician. He never was a politician. He was just a dude who fucking donated to whatever cause, benefited him the most, which, that's fair. I don't begrudge an American for playing by American rules, but when you come out and say like, oh, I'm a fucking blue collar, I'm a Christian, I'm all this, that's like, oh, you're just lying and stupid people believe you. But anyway, this is like the craziest thing you could have said. I think we're in 2026, and the absolute fact, this isn't me being like a weirdo or trying to like click or clickbait or fucking clip farm, nothing like that. All right. The truth is, you can ask your preferred choice of AI, but there have been far more children that have died from gun violence in schools than there have been soldiers in the Iraq war right now. U.S. soldiers, I should say. And that's not like a narrative. It's me saying that this has been a problem. It's been a problem forever, or not forever, but for a really long time, to the point where everybody's now desensitized to it, specifically like younger kids. I talked to my niece and like some of her friends this weekend at my parents' place, and they like were like so checked out. Like, they did not give a fuck. They were like, oh yeah. And then they were like, oh yeah, it was probably set up. And I was like, what? And I'm like, yeah, he staged it like the other one. And I'm like, what? And here's the thing. I know Candace Owens has been saying that stuff. I know that's been like a narrative that's been going on. I did not think that it's entered like the kids' stratosphere, right? So that was weird. And so they're just like so desensitized to it, It's like not a big deal. And this is a big deal. And when I was a kid and Columbine happened, it was a big fucking deal. And now it's just part of the 24-hour news cycle. If they gave out like all the information on Sunday, I guarantee this thing would be stopped talked about by like next week. Right. But because the information trickles and because like news stories like grow and you know what I mean? But all anyone can agree on is this is like a tragic thing that only sick people commit. Right. So for Dana White to come out like the ultimate douche and be like, yeah, it was fucking cool, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know if anyone's been shot. You don't know if any law enforcement have been killed. You don't know anything other than they came storming in with guns and rushed out POTUS. It was that serious. And you're just like, yeah, it was fucking awesome. I didn't get down. And that gave Marky Mark energy. That gave Marky Mark energy. I don't know if y'all know this about Mark Wahlberg or not, but Mark Wahlberg's, I'm not going to, like, I can't say it verbatim, but he said essentially something to the degree of, like, if I was on the plane in 9/11, like, it wouldn't have gone down that way. Like, that tough guy shit, right? Like, nah, I would have beat that dude's ass. Like, nah, it wouldn't have fucked me up, bro. Like, nah, Holmes, I would have got, like, that shit is just, I don't know. It's like, go make out with the dude in the bathroom. Like, shut the fuck up already. That's gay energy. And it's not, and that's cool. Like, you could be gay. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying, like, you know, we're having a different conversation. I can't imagine. I can't imagine like a less tapped in response than his. Like I can't imagine like just so like he's so rich at this point that the adrenaline from a potential mass shooting is like the thing that gets him up now, because he's probably like hunted a human being at this point. So he's like almost being killed is like the most fucking excitement that could be pulled out of him at this point. I don't know. All I know, this is like the wildest comment you could have made, I think. You know, he's like, everybody's like, get down. And I'm like, fuck that. I'm standing up. This is cool. Like, dude, you are gay. So there was something else too I want to say. All right. So
Okay, besides Canelo, who
let's do this. Let's do this. Hold up. Okay. He said, this is a clips channel. I don't give a fuck what it is, but I just came through with this clip, or I saw this clip, and this is a dude, Flames. He trains a lot of streamers and YouTubers out there in California. He's worked with guys like Ryan Garcia, but or I don't know if he hasn't worked with them. I don't mean it that way. I just mean like they've done content together while putting in work. It's a fake. I made it on AI. The hell? Sorry, I'm gonna show y'all right now what somebody just sent me. This is hilarious. Oh my god, y'all are gonna love this. All right, hold up. Let me just text them back. Who was doing all the weirdo shit to Matt Hardy? It was Edge and Lita. My bad. This is awesome. All right. Okay. So anyway, yeah, this guy, he's trained Oblivion, I think, the streamer who keeps getting knocked out every time he spars people. This is Dean the Great. We've talked about Dean the Great before on this show. He is basically like a I'm not saying he's a fake boxer, but he's like a troll boxer, right? Like he's not like actual boxer, like, oh, I'm gonna try to be like, you know, like a champion, right? This is more a dude who's like, I'm a cosplay a boxer to troll, you know, the narrative of boxing and combat sports. He famously got decked in the face by Larry Wheels. Are you familiar with Larry Wheels? Sorry, I don't know why I said it that way. But oh, and then he also got hit by Rampage's manager. He's an ex-MMA fighter. I can't remember what his name was. Why do I want to say Corey? I don't think that's it. He doesn't look like a Corey either. He looks like a Blar. Like his name would be Blark. But yeah, he slapped Dean the Great too. But anyway, this is what they said. And we're gonna talk about it. We're just gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. That's it. We're just gonna talk about it.
okay, besides Canelo, who's selling? Who's selling? What Mexican fighter is selling right now?
Right now, Ryan is selling.
He's not Mexican.
Oh, he's Mexican.
Fake ass Mexican.
No,
That
he's
nigga
still
ain't
Mexican. Like
that nigga's not fucking
we
Mexican.
back him, bro.
No, his fifth grandma's from Mexico.
Okay, what black fighter is selling more than Ryan and who just heard in Canelo?
What, black fighter?
Yeah.
Shakur?
No, wait, bro. Nobody wants to see him.
Guys
See,
running in with
first of all,
guns.
It's
Okay,
just,
this
besides
is what I'm saying. He's cosplaying, right? Shakur is a so okay, people are gonna think that's a troll answer, right? Like Dean the Great's just trolling, like, oh, I'm gonna say Shakur. But he don't know, right? Because he's not tapped in. He doesn't belong to the fight community. He is a proxy to the fight community, right? Like he has ends because he plays this character, and it kind of like maneuvers him into these circles, but he isn't actually super talented. He doesn't actually care about being a boxer. There's nothing about it that is, historic for him or nostalgic for him. Nothing like that, right? This is a guy who needs a niche to be on kick, and boxing happens to be really popping right now. That's the other thing. Boxing is popping. Don't let anybody fool you. The problem with boxing is the sport of boxing, the functions and parameters that exist within the infrastructure of combat sports. Damn, that was some good ass shit, bro. If you don't fucking sub to me after what I just fucking said, it's because you're too fucking stupid to even understand what the fuck I just said. Sorry, I'm sorry. My bad. I'm tripping. My dog died last week, or 2 weeks ago, so chill. But anyway, the point I was making is that I don't even care about the Shakur shit. Fuck that, right? We don't care about no Shakur shit. I mean, I got respect for Shakur. I think he's a great fighter. I would like to see him. I would pay money for his tickets, but obviously he's not, selling like fucking Ryan Garcia or Canelo. Like that's ridiculous. Let's, that's just basic facts. That's not me being a hater, right? That's not me being a hater. That's me saying, hey, where do you want to go for our honeymoon, babe? And she says, honeymoon, let's go to the moon. And I'm like, no, that's not possible because the facts keep us here on Earth, and the facts in the form of gravity and things like that. So it's like when you say Shakur is one of the biggest commercial fighters out there, you're basically saying, hey, the sun is green and the grass is orange or red or whatever the fuck the color sun is. Like, nah, champ, either you're retarded or you're just plain retarded. I don't think he's playing, is what I'm trying to say. I think he plays a lot, right? I think a lot of stuff like Dean, there's a clip floating around with him trying to press Venom. Y'all know Venom Page? He's trying to press Venom, bro. And if you know anything about that man is not somebody you'd want to fuck with. I actually think he's a fucking badass for how chill he is around this dude, right? Because they do content and Dean is like the antagonizer because he's like the little mouse in the cartoon or in the meme that's like, oh, why I oughta, and then the big fucking dog's like, the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, you know what I mean? And he's got that energy. Like, he's not listening to Dean. Dean could be disrespectful, but he don't care because he could own Dean if he wanted. Like, nothing about Dean like threatens this man's well-being. So he's like, say what you want. Like, now there's probably a line. There is a line. Every man has a line, right? Every man has a line. I'll tell you this right now, and I stand on business with this shit. The men I respect the most have the furthest fucking lines. If you got a line that's like right here and I could cross it at any point, bro, you're a bitch. That's the way it is, honestly. Somebody steps on your shoes type shit fights, like that's young people shit. You know what I mean? Like, are you a grown-ass man looking for reasons to fight in public? Well, of course not. But it's like, well, then where's that line though, right? Like, where's that line get pushed? Because even if you are a man who is, what's the word? Like self-contained, right? And self-assured, like you still got a line. Somebody's going to cross it. And I think that's the shtick here, right? Everybody's waiting for Dean to cross Venom Page's fucking line. And he's going to do it. He's going to get his ass beat. But anyway, that's not any of the point I want to talk about. I just wanted some clips right there. So thank you guys for rocking out with me on that. But this is the part I wanted to
Canelo,
get
who's
to.
selling? Who's selling? What, okay, besides Canelo, who's selling? Who's selling? What Mexican fighter is selling right now?
right now, Ryan is selling.
He's not Mexican.
Oh, he's Mexican.
Big ass
No,
Mexican. That
he's
nigga
still
ain't
Mexican. Like
That nigga's not fucking
we
Mexican.
back him, ba.
No,
We back him.
We back and back. No, you don't. Shut up. So anyway, my bad. I want to ask y'all, do we, because you know I'm in the mix, right? Y'all know I'm in the mix, right? Hey, here's the thing, right? Because a lot of people were talking shit last week or 2 weeks ago whenever I told y'all that I'm also white, like I'm Caucasian. You know, my great grandpa, his last name was Wells. It's like one of the most famous white families in Texas. Even though he was like part of the white trash side of it, or he was like a farmer, but he was, piece of shit. He would beat my grandma and my great grandma, and my aunts and my tias. And so anyway, yeah, so it's like whatever. I don't rock like that. Like I've always felt like I am what I am, right? I've been Americanized. I'm not going to overly pretend to be any subculture. Like I'm American. That's exactly what I am. It was crazy because when I was on the Boxing Voice in 2012, 13, whatever, 14, when we first started, right back on the Blog Talk days, yo, I would get pressed all the time, bro. And it was always California Hispanic dudes, Mexicans mostly, pressing hard, bro. And they would always end up being just as much American as me. You know what I'm saying? But they would be from like a cholo ass neighborhood. So all of a sudden, I'm less Mexican because I went to college, and you're more Mexican because you listen to Lil Rob. Lil Rob's gay, homie. That's what that is. Lil Rob's gay. Summer Nights is gay. You gay for listening to Summer Nights. That's a clip right there. You know that, right? I'm just trolling. I'm just trying to get some subs, champs. Anyway, so I want to ask y'all, do we claim him? I just call him Nerdine. Hi, yo, Alex. I gave you a shout out earlier. You weren't here, so I'm gonna give it to you again because, showing love. I had Abe on, and I told him we had the Zelina conversation, and I told him how I crashed out on Friday because I reacted to it on air, which I got to stop doing. I got to start like muting and going off camera, watching what y'all send me, telling my wife all my thoughts right away, and then coming back on air because, yeah, I'd be saying some wild shit. But yeah, I told Abe, the champ Alex tapped me in and was like, hey, bro, she's a human. She is feeling some type of way, and she's allowed to feel that way. And I thought he's absolutely right. She's wrong, or she's at least not right. And certainly Sean Ross Sapp ain't wrong, not at all, doing his job. And the point I had brought up, Alex, actually, that was different from Friday was, where's WWE's fault in this? Why didn't she blame any of them? Because they absolutely gave him or her, him, Sean Ross Sapp. WWE absolutely gave Sean Ross Sapp that info. There's no question. That narrative they wanted to come out on Fightful, because the opposite would have been, hey, Zelina, you could do it. And now she's going to spin her narrative. And that's breaking news, right? So we're going to get her quotes. We're going to get her side of it. We're going to get, all we had months of plans and they promised me this. I don't know. I just don't rock out with their, because of the whole what was it? The union thing. That union thing never hit me right. Oh, my bad. Shout out to 702 in the building. What's good, champ? He said, what's good, homie? What's good with you, champ? I was just telling everybody, champ, bro, they would be disrespectful. See, it wasn't people like Vince, Mr. 702 Man Cave. Shout out to him. And shout out to his nephews. You know what I'm saying? The Vargas fam, the Vargas bros. So I said to myself, right? Or you know what? We'll talk about that later because we're still doing this. Okay, so we're gonna do some stuff here. So like I'm gonna say, so I'm gonna say, do Mexican or okay? I'm gonna ask it how I ask it. I don't know how I'm gonna ask it yet. Alex said, "Do we get corny, whiny? We want Kyrie chance tonight." That's Alex. Seriously, come on, dude. She was beloved. That's not corny. That's respect. It would be corny if there was a Zelina Vega chance, or what else would be corny? Son of a bitch. All right. So anyway, he didn't answer because he's an asshole. So anyway, do we claim Ryan Garcia is the question.
Ask Canelo who's selling. Who's selling? What Mexican fighter is selling right now?
Right now, Ryan's selling.
He's not Mexican.
Oh, he's Mexican.
Fake ass Mexican.
No,
that
he's
nigga
still
ain't
Mexican.
That
Like
nigga's not fucking
we
Mexican.
back him, ba.
No, his fifth grandma's from Mexico.
Okay, what black fighter is selling more?
All right, so it's like they're all outside of this. I'm just being honest. They're all outside of this. Like not one of them. Not one of them. I don't think that the population, specifically the amount, holds Ryan in the same light that we once held Oscar De La Hoya. Certainly not Chavez. I can't imagine a bigger like I can't see anyone making a case for Ryan Garcia outside of clip farming or, sucking dick, like trying to get, you know what I'm saying, like content creation or whatever, collabs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Best fighter, and they may have the best fans, but the UK has.
All right, so there's something else I wanted to show y'all, but we're gonna put it there. Oh shit, we 25 minutes from Raw. Hold up. The heck? Okay, so I was gonna tell y'all. So like yesterday, there was that Mexico boxing thing for celebrities. It was like influencers and musicians from Mexico. Y'all know what I'm talking about? It was a pretty significant thing. They had like 400,000 people in the wait list watching for it. And I guess I'm gonna put that here for now. The point I'm making is that they didn't have hold on. So anyway, yeah, they had that Mexico show, and I'm telling y'all, boxing is popping, bro. Boxing is so popping right now. It's just the sport of boxing. It's not. This is not the clip that I was looking for. I can't find it. I can't find it. Mm, 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 mm. All right. So we have 20 minutes before Raw. I'm gonna go over my bookmarks that I have. So all right. Let's go ahead and take a stroll down story lane. So it was being reported by Mike Coppinger that Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson are in preliminary talks for a fight. He is told inside the ring. Let's see if we can find a clip. Nope, no clip. Would have been nice. All right. Well, that's okay. So, Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson. Very interesting. I'll say that. I didn't expect it. Who's that? Oh, Sway. Okay, so there's an old clip I remember. Fuck, where is it, dude? There's like that old clip. I don't know. I know it was with Sway. I'm fucking positive. Shakur's he talks about Devin Haney. They specifically talk about, like, this is years ago, right? This is like a long time ago. And okay. Okay, so this is from 6 years ago, okay? 6 years ago. So this is from 6 years ago, Sway's Universe. Shakur Stevenson did the show, popped on as a guest. And this is the part of the interview that I want y'all to listen to with me while before we speak on the talks going on right now.
No, and this is obviously strategically done, right?
For sure. I think some of the people that's at like 135, they're gonna come back down to 130, and we all gonna be in the same weight class at the same time. So,
does that include Devin Haney?
Nah, Devin, he on the verge of moving up.
He's on the verge of moving up.
Yeah.
Okay, he's from Oakland. Heather, I just
Okay.
I just shouted.
Yeah, Devin Haney, my guy though. Me and him like cool. So
y'all people. I saw y'all hanging out when we was at the last Tyson Fury
yeah,
Wilder fight, and you came and did the show with Ak and Barack, and I was doing it too for the remainder of the day.
yeah,
And I saw you and Devin Haney, and I feel like Crawford was there
yeah.
too.
Crawford.
Yeah,
It was
T
me, him, and
Bud was there.
Crawford. Yeah,
Yeah, and you guys were hanging around talking, and I was thinking at one point, all of these people are gonna probably fight each other,
yeah,
right?
yeah. And probably later on down the line, me and Devin probably be one of the biggest fights in boxing ever. Like how Terrence and like Earl
Mm-hmm.
is like a big fight that need to happen. Like me and Devin.
My mic was muted. So he knew this the whole time, right? Like he saw it. He saw it. He knew what this fight could be. I still don't think that it's at its max. Don't get me wrong. I want to see it and it's ready. I think that if they could both have a year in which definitive wins at the top like 5 level, that would be like as big as you could get it maybe. Or if one of them like were to have like a viral moment on like a fucking, I don't know, fucking Aiden Ross or some type shit, right? This fight, like here's the thing. Both of these guys have momentum and traction from within the commercial settings of the urban, genre or the younger like online gamer crowd or like whatever, right? When you appeal to this new generation, you have to appeal through them through their metrics. It's like back in the day when it's like, oh, we want to put a commercial for, men's deodorant. Well, you ain't going to put it on at, 12 p.m. or 11 a.m. during the day and the weekdays when all the soap operas are going on, right? You're going to do that shit when fucking a Super Bowl or like, a game's on or some shit like that, right? So these guys are popping in that sense. They are talked about, but the fight between them doesn't have any extra incentive or stakes beyond what they represent now, right? So like let's say like fight like so I could give you the difference. A fight like Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, right? It doesn't matter what belt you put on the line, if any. That fight has much deeper roots and stakes that are much higher for certain fans and certain people, right? And they're gonna buy into that narrative, right? Oh, the guy cheated, oh, the guy was a crybaby and tried to sue to get his win back or fucking whatever. All these things make the fight a must win from a brand risk. Oh my god, I said brand risk. from risking your brand standpoint, right? That's the stakes, is like risking the brand. And that's what this is. Only it doesn't exist on the playing field of Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. And of course, that's unfair. They had a first fight that was pretty phenomenal, shocking, and the drama didn't stop after the fight. So there's a reason to run it back. And so it means way more. However, this fight between a Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson means more for the sport of boxing, right? This settles more about who is the future of the sport, who's at the top of the sport more than anything else. And I'll tell you what, if Shakur runs through Tio and Haney like that, oh boy, I don't want to hear nobody say anybody else's name. This is the kid, right? Does that make him number one over guys like Usyk or Jumpanue or whatever? Like, I ain't gonna fucking, you know what I mean? Like, that don't matter to me. I don't care. All I know is that the winner of that fight is likely the future of the sport. And it's also more likely to beat everyone else. It's just like that. You know what I mean? Alex has said if Devin versus Shakur for Zuffa is checkmate if it happens. And then he said, if Shakur beats Haney, I put him number 3, pound for pound, ahead of Bivol and Bam. Champ. I like that. I think you got to, man, because that's crazy, right? It's like you were part of this, like the 4, the 4 kings of lightweight, right? And to start knocking them all off one by one when you were always the younger, smaller, like little bro, and then you come up and you big bro all your big bros, yo, that of course that makes you top. I think, of course, that makes you top.
Probably be one of those later on down the line, like nowhere near this time right now.
Okay.
Shakur, boxing, unlike any other sport, when we
See, and that shows you right there that Shakur understood this fight, and but more so he understands boxing, right? People say talk about ducking a lot, and I think a lot of fight fans don't understand ducking and what the implications are for it, right? Or what the red flags actually look like. So for him to essentially call it, you know what I mean? He's like, oh, that fight ain't for now. We ain't fighting anytime soon. That ain't ready. We ain't gonna get paid to show that much level of that high level of boxing, for not that much money. We're not doing that. That ain't what time it is. So he said, fuck it. All right. Let's see. We got 10 minutes till oh. Is this like the only fucking there's like no other story on it or anything? Well, what the fuck is this? The kid from San Juan is only getting started. Oh, all right, cool. Let's see what else. Dang, she back in Japan. What do y'all think? AW obviously is a good. Oh wait, my bad. I didn't even fucking put this up. AW is a very good landing spot for Kyrie Sane. At first when all these things happen, I think that I expected something different this time around. Like I didn't think that AEW would like jump to sign anybody because I didn't think anybody was worth jumping to sign. But Kyrie Sane is. For sure, Kyrie Sane is. And that brings me to a point that we actually I forgot about earlier was the Aleister Black talk. I know we're unboxing, but we're switching in 10 minutes anyway. So we'll talk about this before anything else. Shake it up, burr, 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 shake it up, burr, 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 burr. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Champ. Appreciate you. All right. Let me see. Haney, Shakur, Hitchens have the best jabs in boxing right now. Alex, I think you are right. Though there's somebody, who is it the other week that utilized their jab so well? Fuck. I need some more coffee. Yeah, so I think that all right. Let's see. All right. So, after one of the biggest things about WrestleMania that I love is the all the cons and stuff, like the toy cons and or the fig cons and all that stuff. And the releases that will be coming down the line. The one we got that I am very surprised that we got. Oh, he said do a shoot interview with Ariel after the 90 days are up. Yeah, that could be exactly what happens. So this is where the fuck? Oh, okay. This is what is coming out, a fig that I'm very surprised they did. The Rock in the fanny pack ensemble. Why it comes with a random rock head? Oh, I think it's a build. It must be a Build-A-Rock or something, right? Oh, because he did that. He did that. Yeah, he did it in that way or whatever. Where he brought back that look for Halloween, right? When he was bald as shit. I'll be honest, the fig looks terrible. It looks like if Rock and Rocky Dennis, the guy with the fucked up face, had a kid and that kid was too confident. That's this rendering right here. Like, why is the eye so droopy? He's got like stroke eye and then like bug eye. Anyway, this is one of them that they're making. It's funny, I guess, right? And then here's another one. Let me show you. No. Snake. Okay, so this is another one that they're doing. Let me see if I can get a better image. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, so they are doing this one. If you remember the snakeskin pants that the Undertaker wore, which is one of the worst outfits he ever had. I mean, look at that thing. It's just atrocious. Ugh. There's like not one good picture of it either. But you see the pants that I'm talking about. This one, right? These. It's like snakeskin matched with the 3D camo of like Army Corps like recruit. I mean, like signees. Like the first pants they get that are all way too big for them before they move up the ranks and they get like more fitted pants. That's what it looks like. But they are making a fig of it, and believe it or not, the fig is actually fucking fire. That's what it looks like right here. Apparently it's gonna have to go to X for some reason. It's actually really dope. But the actual story of these, I forgot. The guy just reminded me. Was that he lost his pants somewhere and had to borrow some from the Godfather. So this was like a very unintentional look, right? That said, I've thought, hey, there should be other figs that we honor and homage, right? Not just The Rock, but others. So I bring you my list of figs that should be done. This would be the 3-pack, right? Montreal Screwjob. And obviously the ref would have to be changed to the ref. You could tell it's AI because there's another hand right here. Why? Who knows? But yeah, I want to do this. Let's do this, right? Let's do this. Or how about Giant Gonzalez with real hair pubes everywhere? It's not plastic. That's fur, ladies and gentlemen. That is the best quality action figure pubes you will ever have access to. Don't even bring up other toy companies. Okay? Don't even expect this level of craftsmanship from someone other than the good people at Mattel. They're working night and day to put new elements on the element chart so that they can find more authentic ways to bring you the most authentic figs. And this is Giant Gonzalez Pube Edition, and it's a very good one. They are going to be serving that one. God, this one's so good. Like when you can turn this lump of fat into this awesome fig, bro. Bravo. Fucking oh. So we got the Pube Edition. Now what about another Undertaker? How about the podcast edition? And it'll come with the dog collar that she can put around Undertaker and a muzzle anytime she doesn't like what he says. This is called the Undertaker's Turn Bitch 2-pack. Yeah, so it's all coming to Mattel. I'm sure they're all going to take all of my ideas and run with them. Why wouldn't they? Like those were fucking brilliant. Let's be real, right? Do a shoot interview with Ariel. Oh, that's an entrance. What are you talking about? That was sexy in 1999. It was sexy in 1999. It was. You're absolutely right. I can't pretend it wasn't. I'm not going to pretend it wasn't. The fig is not sexy, but Tori and Candace hotel room figure set. Dude, you know which one I tried to do, right? Alex, you know which one I tried to do, right? And ChatGPT like literally called me a perv. Like they were like, we don't do this perv shit. So stop asking us. And I'm like, whoa, where's that hostility coming from? But all I did was ask it to do a version of this one, the Edge and Lita. And they're like, we don't do X-rated. I'm like, X-rated? This was the X-rated part. I didn't ask you to do this. And then when I said, okay, fine, do one where just their clothes are on. And it was like, still too far, perv. And I'm like, you're not going to make anything resembling this. This is too over-sexual. And then my wife reminded me what weirdos were doing with AI at this point when it involves kids and celebrities. So I was like, fuck it. I'll let the bit go at the safety of children. Respect to Michelle McCool. She gets too much hate. She does, champ. You're right. You know, mine was just I was just joking there, but you're right. It is weird how people seem to hate her because they think the Undertaker has I don't even know what it is. Honestly, I think it's people that like the other co-host and then like the people that don't know how to like handle or cope. Because I thought the show was better the other way. I'll be honest. I did not think they needed her. And I don't think it makes the show better. I think it changes the show into something different that I don't always really want to watch. In fact, rarely these days. That said, though, it doesn't make me hate her. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, Rogan got rid of Red Band and hired Jamie. Like, shit happens. You know what I mean? Chill. But, anyways, boo boop 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 doop boop. Oh, Raw started. Fuck. Down, 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 down. Dude, have y'all seen Bologna? Bologna? Is it Bologna? Begonia. Have you seen Begonia with the girl from Easy A? What's her name? I forget. Emma Stone. And then Jesse Plemons. Are they dating her? I think they're married or something. He's married to like an actress or something. It's a fucking good movie, dude. Y'all should watch it seriously because the movie's like a very good overview, I think, of today's society. Like conspiracy theories are simultaneously like harmful and valid in an era that you don't know like what to trust anymore, right? I don't know. I don't know. We playing from beginning. I don't need the last Monday recap. I was fucking here. Ba-boom-boom. I don't need to know what fucking happened. I watch this shit weekly. Ba-boom-boom. Damn, this is a long ass video package for basically Roman and Jacob to say, tune in next week. Bro. Yo, it's over 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, shit. They doing a movie? I don't. I had the only ones I really had were from Death Wish and Death Note and from the Bal Guitar one. I forget what it's called. Those were gifted to me, but I have like so much more shit. Honestly, like we just need a bigger place, dude. Honestly, it's I was actually telling Matt and Mex this the other day. That's like I get to the point where like I just want to fucking get rid of it all. Like not get rid of it, but like put it up. Like it gives me anxiety. Like things fall and then like it's like y'all have no idea what's behind this fucking camera. I'll show y'all today if y'all want. What's his name was laughing Matt yesterday. Plemons is married to the I mean, Mary Jane, Kristen. Oh, that's right. Kirsten Dunst. Yo, you're the champ, bro. Look at Alex, dog. He just fucking knows. Hey, bro, Alex, when you come to Corpus, we're going to go to like, I'm going to take you to a bar where they do like the trivia. Because you and me, we're going to be like running shop. We're going to act like dummies walking into the pizza bar place. Like, oh, where do we sit? Wait, pizza? Like, are they like hamburgers? And then we're just going to fucking get everybody's money. Wait, I didn't pay attention to this. This is like the same thing they did with CM Punk. Remember at on Raw? It was one of their better segments where Jay's like, go back in there and you get that, man. You know what to do, Oos. And then he went in there and it was like he was taking orders from Jay. The fuck? Oh, I thought they were about to play arm wrestling. What the fuck? Man, if you're gonna make Jacob Fatu like in the bag, just chilling, like contemplating, like, bro, let him have a L or something. We're on Netflix. Like, damn. Ooh. Bro, I forgot they in Laredo, champ. I ain't gonna say it, but presented by DoorDash. Oh my god, I am like so not ready to do anything. Uh-oh. That's Seth Rollins. That's Sethual Rollins coming to the ring. That sounded like sexual chocolate. You saw they tried to pop Trump again Saturday. Where were you when you heard? That's funny. Yeah, I did. Actually, we were showing Dana. I know you subscribe to the Dana derangement syndrome, but I promise this is just me being honest. Let me show you. We showed him. Did you see his response, champ? Like a real douchey ass comment. Watch. Yikes. It's like he's never done it. It's so weird. A guy who could teach a media class sometimes just goes out there like he's wait, did I not show it? Did it not pop up? Oh fuck. My bad, dude. That was embarrassing. Oh shit. Okay, look, this is it.
Guys running in with guns, and they were screaming, "Get down!" I didn't get down. It was awesome. I literally took every minute of it in, and it was pretty crazy, unique experience.
So you were on the aisle. What exactly?
I was sitting.
Yo, dude, it was a crazy experience, bro. I was like, oh man, they just fucking shot. I was like, yo, are those shots fired? Somebody just spawned in, bro. Fucking gay. Why don't you dip your bald head in oil and go rub it all over the shirtless shooter?
Sitting right in front of the table.
Okay.
right in front of where the president was.
Okay, well, yeah. And what exactly happened? So someone got tackled or like what?
Nobody got tackled, but guys came in looking for shooters, and they came toward our table. I thought the shooter was over by us or something.
Like, it's just so, oh man, every time I see it, it's just cringe, bro. It's just cringe to me. I'm sorry. Laredo. No, he didn't, did he? Yeah. Fuck yeah. No shit, Alex, for real. He said, Erica Kirk, I want to go home. Meanwhile, Dana, fucking awesome, bro. Crazy. And that was the other thing. Like, you don't realize how many conservative figures have already had, I mean, plenty of Democratic too, but in that room, you had Caroline Leavitt, you had what's his name? The senator, or no, the congressman that they beat up. Or they try to shoot him too at the ball game. I forgot. But yeah, bro, all of them, like, just like, they're suffering from PTSD at a time when that shit is like real. Like, it's a real threat. Whether you send your kids to school or you're going to Walmart, that's just a real threat. And like, Dana's out here like, yeah, I thought the guy was by us, man. I was gonna take him out Mark Wahlberg style, man. Steven Seagal and Mark Wahlberg taught me how to disarm him, dude, if he's trying to shoot up a place. I ain't gonna lie, I would have reacted the same way. Yeah, Matt, but we're like two like fucking Texas boys that have like never had to learn how to use your salad fork and never been to, like, you know what I mean? Like, that the whole event would have been crazy for us, right? The whole event would have been out of our nature and out of our like domain of normacy. So, you know, it's like a movie type shit. But like, Dana's fucking Dana White. Like, you've been to Abu Dhabi. You've probably seen journalists killed. Dude, come on, bro. Matt, that's enough. Those kinds of jokes are uncalled for. It kind of kills the feud a little bit for Braun Breaker just be like normally walking to the ring, and him and Seth, like, that's the problem with this shit. You probably should have just had the match at Mania and then like up the stakes, because this feels weird now. Like, you couldn't keep your hands off of each other. This feud was so hot that if you were in the same building, it was going to erupt, whether you were wearing a mask or the other people were wearing a mask. And now it's like, let's just stand here. Oh shit, it's over. No, it's not. There's nobody saying. Okay, WWE is pumping in shit. Stop it. WWE is pumping in shit. Nah, this is fake too. This is fake. This is pumped in because they're in Laredo. It would sound like this. Whoa! I'm just playing, dude. My great-great-grandfather was from Mexico. I can say that. Nah, Stephen A. Smith was not there. Are you fucking serious? Yo, nah, you're lying. You know how I know you're lying, Alex? Or not lying, obviously, you're trolling me. You know how I know you're trolling, Alex? Because we would have heard everything from him by now. Everything. Yo, he said, how did that benefit you in any way, turning on me, right? But it's like, he's calling out creative for that shit. That's a shout to creative. Obviously it came from creative, but that's a shot at creative. That they're saying fail. No, they're chanting for Fideo. They instead of like popcorn in the Laredo arenas, they'll do Fideo for you, or menudo if they have it. Don't ask them to throw it. He's doing this. He's doing the Seth Rollins. Yo, he did a good Seth Rollins, bro. That is wild. I gotta switch it. I'm gonna switch it. Fuck it. I didn't want to, but I got to now. Fuck. Oh. That dried up sack. He called him a dried up sack. Oh, Hall of Famer. Ooh. That raises the bar though. All right, guys. Alex, you there, champ? You there, Alex? Because I'm about to give you all that behind that BTS shit, right? That BTS, no Korean shit. Is it BTS? Is that what they're called? But that's behind the scenes. You know what I meant. All right, here we go. Don't say I never told you I was a Bret Hart fan. All right. Here we go. Oh God. First of all, there's the Canelo Benavidez poster. Y'all didn't know that they made it, right? The fight was once signed, and then Canelo had eaten some bad meat, and Benavidez did some good coke. All right, so the Bret Hart corner, the Shawn Michaels area, and then I did the. You can't see the dog, but the British Bulldog has his dog on the side. That's the Piper and Bret Hart. And then there's the poster. And then there's there's that. Sorry, that was right in my crotch. I was like literally making y'all watch my crotch. You said Austin Fury and Logan Paul. Happy endings from Paul Heyman. I would take one of those. Oof. He's saying stuff. And I came up a little bit short, but you know what? That's actually a better line than you think. Number two. Like, what do you mean a side topic? Like not wrestling, like not like sports, like something like off top, like off subject, or you mean like another like boxing or wrestling or MMA topic? Because I got a bunch of them that I didn't do. I need to like figure out a way to make this side of the wall as appealing, but this is like my work side where I put notes and stuff. By the way, this is the cover of my first mixtape. It was called Pushing Weights Volume 1. I'm Big Mal. That was me. But yeah. Maybe I'll show y'all some of my tracks after this. Wait, what do you say? Signer, you're not even number 2 in your own family. All right. He's like fucking, that's his dad. What the hell are you talking about? That was not the line. Another related wrestling boxing topic. Yeah, dude, we got a bunch here. Let me show you. Oh, here's one that's like kind of off topic. I wanted to do it, so if you want to do it, we could do it. Okay. Did you see that Mr. Beast and Aiden Ross have been beefing? I mean, recently it's been him and what's that guy's name? The guy who's like a dipshit. Steve will do it. But Aiden Ross and Mr. Beast have been beefing, and I was gonna say, who would win in a boxing match? Like literally, let's break it down, right? Let's get their heights, let's get their weight. There's footage of both of them boxing. This is so stupid. Why are they attacking? They beat Stephanie Vaquer. Why is this still going on? Oh, they're gonna put her in. Oh, never mind. This is stupid. This is so stupid. I mean, like, this is the worst storytelling ever. Shout out to Machine Gun Matt. Make sure you go to Talking About Sports with Matt Gracias as he covers the NFL draft tonight. He says, I'm doing the NFL draft review, NBA playoff talk, Brock Lesnar retirement impact, Benavidez Zurdo. Why the lack of interest? Well, I was going to say Inouye and Nakatani. That was another one I was going to do today that I didn't do. Specifically, does a dominating win over Inouye against a naturally bigger fighter more in his prime say more about his abilities and what he represents at the upper echelon within the sport of boxing during this era as compared to Crawford? Is it more comparable? Is it less comparable? Does it say more about does it say more about Inouye if he beats a guy closer to his prime in Nakatani than it does? Okay. Of course. Yeah, you could open it. You could leave it open. Could you bring me a soda? If she has like cream soda or like fucking Hill Country Coke, I don't give a shit. Red cream would be the best. Dude, have you ever had red cream soda, the Hill Country Fair kind? Bro, that shit's fire. I think it's got like 1 million sugars, but it's like if you're going to go for it, just go for it. It has less sugars than Big Red. But yeah, that was the point I was making, is Nakatani being more in his prime as an undefeated fighter with nary a blueprint, do more for Inouye's brand as the pound for pound stalwart in the post Mayweather era. Or is it impossible to hold Nakatani to the same caliber of Canelo, given that we as American boxing fans, dude, this thing is like, could you set up a fight for Benavidez to fight Usyk? Wait, could you see a setup fight for Benavidez to fight Usyk if he fought Andy Ruiz first? I mean, I can see a fight between Benavidez and Usyk without Andy Ruiz fight. I feel like that would be a very helpful fight to get over the hump of the matchup narrative, right? Because it's going to be the heavyweight versus the non-heavyweight. That said, they're much closer in size than Usyk was to like Fury and fucking Joshua. Like him and Benavidez are much closer in stature than Usyk is to the modern super heavyweight. So here's the thing though, like I said, Andy Ruiz would very much help launch that promotion as the first fighter he beats. I think the fighter that would make it one of the biggest heavyweight fights of the era would be if he beat like a Wilder. Like if he beat an American heavyweight that has some clout in this decade, that would be the biggest thing he can do. And Ruiz would certainly help from a Mexican standpoint, but I don't think he even needs that. You know, they're just waiting for him to have a big win, right? Mexicans love David Benavidez. And by the way, non-Mexicans love David Benavidez. The problem isn't David Benavidez. The problem is, you know, his inability to secure that big fight, right? And so many people hold Canelo responsible for that. I've always disagreed. I've never lost a debate. I beat Ness. I beat Doomy. I've beaten Supermex. I've beaten the Twins. I mean, everybody I can think of I've beaten on this topic. Because and we don't even have to go there because it's like Usyk Benavidez can be made. That's not a far-fetched fight. In fact, that's a good fight, dude. I would love to see it. Then why is there zero buzz for this fight? I think there's zero buzz for this fight because it doesn't meet the qualifications of a super fight or of not even a super fight, but of a big fight, right? Like when Mayweather used to fight, only the hardcores knew that he wasn't fighting somebody that could actually like test him, right? When he fought Victor Ortiz or when he fought fucking Berto or even Maidana didn't really have as much success as people like to think or claim. Unfortunately, Zurdo is not a B-side that holds as much weight as the Benavidez camp would like to pretend. Zurdo is kind of like the best of a weak roster from the past era of super middleweights and light heavyweights, right? Like even Zurdo, like what's his biggest fight? Beating the Philly kid or fighting the Philly kid? What was his name? What was the kid from Philly's name? They had that rematch as well. Fuck, I cannot believe I'm forgetting his name. God damn it, this is gonna be pissing me off. This is what happens when you have adult ADHD, by the way. I want y'all to understand is that when you can't think of something, it like burns your fucking brain until you do. Jesse Hart. Fuck, dude. Jesse Hart. Yo, you fought Alfonso Lopez in like way out of his shit. Yeah, so it's like you beat Dominic Moselle, Joe Smith. Yeah, honestly. Oh, Dorticos is probably his best win. Like, well, I don't even know because Dorticos, he beat that motherfucker and he was already like well past his prime. At least Jesse Hart could still bang, and at least there were people that were still supporting the career of Jesse Hart, who, by the way, was 22-0 when he fought him. Yo, Jesse Hart, they really didn't do shit with that man. Him and the other kid from Philly, who was it? Mike Jones. Who? Y'all know what I did right there. Oh, he beat Arthur Abraham too when Arthur Abraham was 87 years old. So that was pretty cool. Derek Edwards, he got one. Oh, and then I remember he beat Fluencio, Zuniga. He beat Fluencio. But see, again, these are all like tough wins, but they're not like marquee names at all. Probably most of y'all don't even remember who any of those people are. Oh, I remember when he fought Rogelio. Medina Luna. That was, oh shit. Yo, why are Penta and Rusev dressed like they're brothers or a tag team? I don't know, champ. I don't know. It's a co-promotion with Golden Boy. Yeah, I knew that. Two Mexicans on Cinco de Mayo. How is there no motion? Again, because it's not. It's like, what Mexican is it, right? First of all, David Benavidez is accepted, it seems, by Mexicans, but I don't think they're ready to anoint him at all. Listen, the only people that are beating the drum for David Benavidez are casual fans, right? Like hardcores have gotten to this point. Like hardcores are the people that are like, yeah, we'll fuck with you, but if you don't at some point put up a big fight, like, nah, we ain't gonna give you nothing. And it's like Zurdo has no motion in this game whatsoever. Like, he didn't pan out to be like a Mexican American or even like a Mexican like Canelo, accepted in America by Mexican Americans. It was a situation where Zurdo is just kind of like a weird, like, regional commodity. Like, they brought, y'all know, I covered two of his fights, one in Laredo and I think one was in McAllen, or maybe it was vice versa, one in McAllen and one somewhere else. But either way, I covered him in the Valley once, and he sold it out, and people loved it. And he actually fought somebody pretty decent on that card too. Let me see. I still have his shit up. Let me see. Oh shit. I guess it was Don Moten. I don't remember it being this scrub. I remember it being somebody better. Oh, okay. Here we go. So I covered him at the Laredo Energy Arena, and he fought Don Moten, and this was his, I think, only second fight in America after coming to America, because he was a Mexican fighter fighting only in Mexico, and then he got American backing. I think it was Xander. No, it wasn't Xander. Who was it? I forgot who brought him over, but Top Rank initiated initiated it. And then the one that I covered against it was against Derek Edwards, and that was at the Hidalgo State Farm Arena in Hidalgo, Texas, which is the Valley, about 30 minutes from Mexico. Yeah. So I don't know. I just, like, I look at this resume, and all I see is just like good names with zero momentum. You know what? No motion should be Zurdo's new nickname, even though Zurdo is actually his nickname, and most people just call him that because Gilbert seems a little weird and whack. Bro, who knows when the kids are Gilberto? They were like, Man, Gilbert, get your bitch ass up. Yeah, but he beat Derek Edwards after that, and then he beat Kachkian, who was 23-1 at that time. I mean, that's not a bad win. Arthur Abraham, who was super fucking old, but that's still a decent name to put on. And then Jesse Hart, 2 fights later, got that win, but remember it was controversial, right? Hart went down twice, I think. No, he went down once in the second round. Habib Ahmed took his undefeated. He took 3 people's undefeated streaks in a row. Jesse Hart, Habib Ahmed, and then Alexis Angulo. Oh, that's what's his name? Romero or Romer? I don't know his name. I don't know how to say it, but that's Angulo's cousin or some shit. And then he fought Jesse Hart again, and then Tommy Carpensi, Alfonso Lopez, who at that point fighting him, dude, Alfonso, that's like crazy. Like he was old 4 years before that fight. Sullivan Barrera, Yuneski Gonzalez, which was, decent win. Dominic Bozell, decent win. Loses to Dimitri Bivol, right? And if he beats Dimitri Bivol and remains undefeated, this fight with Benavidez is one of the biggest fights in boxing. But it's not, because we know that he doesn't represent the upper echelon as hardcores. From a commercial standpoint, there's nobody that they can point to and say, oh, he beat that guy, that's why he's better than them. If you today go to the barbershops, you go to the fucking the school park, not the school park. Why did I say the school park's like a fucking weirdo, like a perv? What the hell? No, listen, if you go to places where there are younger kids generation, like maybe like 15 to 18 and then like 19 to like 22, right? And they talk boxing as admitted fans. They only talk about like 3 or 4 fighters, right? It's like Ryan Garcia, Shakur, Devin, Tank, and honestly, Jake Paul's in their list of top fighters in American boxing. I swear to God, he is a viable person. Yeah, he beat CBS too. What Mexican? He's called the Mexican Monster. Oh yeah, my bad. I'm giving away too many talking points. If Zurdo beats Bivol, he gets a Canelo fight, not a David fight. If Zurdo beats Bivol, he gets. Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying. But that makes it bigger today. You're absolutely right. He probably gets a Canelo fight, and again, that makes it like you have to do one of 2 things before you get a cash cow. You have to beat a top guy, like in the weight class, right? And then you have to beat somebody with clout, specifically commercial clout, right? And until you rectify those things, even if you're able to find yourself in the big fight, there's no demand to it. There's no stakes to it. There's no narrative to it, right? Like even when you have like Rocky fights type shit, right? Where it's like, oh, this guy's not going to win, but he's getting a chance, right? That's a narrative you could sell. Everybody's just looking for storyline. I think you're asking why there's no motion to an answer that's basically because the fight's a foregone conclusion. I think that's what it represents. I think it represents the fact that there's no drama to this at all. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. My bad. Appreciate y'all for chilling. Yo, I forgot to tell y'all, bro. Now, I know a lot of y'all in my community don't golf or don't watch it or don't know anything about it. But for those that do, your boy had a game on Sunday. And your boy shot a 90. Lowest I've ever hit at Oso, which is a super tough course. Super tough. I ended up with and I started off atrocious. Let me tell you, if I could have dialed in from the very beginning, this would have been the day I broke 90s for sure. But I started off with a triple, a double, a double, a triple, and then par double. That's how I started. Wait, it was a triple, double, triple. Oh no, it's triple, double, triple, bogey, bogey, triple, double, and then I finished with two pars to end the round. And then played bogey ball for the first like 3-4 holes of the back nine. And then I had two pars back to back, a bogey, and then finished the round with two pars. It's fucking really good. I dialed in. And this little bad boy that so many of y'all told me don't buy used, I bought used. And I fucking stroked. This is a 4 rescue, a 4 hybrid rescue. I hit this bitch like 220, 225. Total, not carry, obviously. And then I was hitting it for like a 175, 185 carry on average. On that hole, I stuck that bitch 190 perfect to where I was aiming. So I'm like 130. No. I'm sorry. I'm 80 out, which actually, no, it wasn't perfect. I was trying to hit it a little less further because I wanted to be able to bust out my 9 at like 130, 135. Ended up over hitting the club by about 20 yards. So now I'm like 80 to 95 out, 85, 95 out, somewhere right there. Pull out the sand wedge, stuck it like 8 feet, 10 feet from the hole. Missed the birdie putt, sank the long par putt because I actually hit it and I left it like 2.5 feet out. So it wasn't like a easy par putt, but it wasn't, super difficult. Yo, she said manosphere. That's hilarious. Wait, what did I miss earlier? Oh, LaRusev, Penta 1, then Ethan Page and that. Yeah, I saw that. Javon Evans. Yeah, I'm going to go play, I think, on Wednesday. But just the 9. Isn't she a baby? She's a baby, isn't she? Rundown towns like Laredo. Hilarious. That's where I went to school. Oh man. See, and this is where they should like be like, your friend just got fired because she's a bitch. Hello? Nothing much. I was just calling to see if you wanted to come over. I was live with the new setup. The capture card? What do you mean? But they never worked on Mondays, did they? They were always off. Oh, I remember they would be off for a really long time. Really? Oh, but not yeah. No, that's cool. It was not. It was nice over there. With them there, I liked it. It was a good vibe. And Anthony's like very motivated. He's a guy who's gonna, try to be innovative. You know what I mean? Not to me. To me, it kind of is. It is too dark though, but I think it would be good to paint it. But anyway, yeah, I'm live right now watching Raw. So if you wanted to, no, I get you. But anyway, I'm live now, doing my Raw watch along and recap. So if you want to come over, or if you want to tap in with the link, let me know. I don't know, dude. Why don't you come on and we can talk about it? All right. Yeah, call me and we'll talk about it. Or hit the link. I ran so far away. Dude, did y'all see this? Uh did y'all see this story that came out from New York where this kid asked a girl out on a date and she said no, and on camera he fucking like stomped her. Like literally curb stomped her and beat the shit out of her. And yeah, like it's this whole like uh it's a whole like manosphere type shit, right? Like that's the narrative that they're using online. But it's like he only had a mom. You know what I'm saying? Like so many dudes that don't know that don't know what it's like to grow up with older cousins or deals or like men to guide you, right? And then so many other people that did grow up with that it was either shit or like they were just bad influences. Like they don't get this shit. They really don't. Like nobody on the internet's ever gonna persuade me to do or say or be anything at this point in my life. And not because, oh, I'm older now or anything like that, but because I realized, like, damn, I'm the lucky one. I grew up with a dad and a mom that were both in the house and you know, fucking had our back when we wanted to play baseball, when I wanted to be a writer, when I wanted to, you know what I mean? Like, always had our back. So I know what that's like. I also had older cousins. So like I know what it's like to be part of a group of guys. I've been part of a bunch of communities of men and guys growing up playing sports and just whatever. And I think when you're a kid now today and you don't have that, you're so much more it's so it, the things become so much more impressionable on you. Like if you could watch like a guy like like Clavicular and be like, oh, this is funny. This is like a character. This guy is obviously he's either joking or he's being serious in a trolling kind of way. Like he knows how ridiculous he sounds. But if you're a kid who's impressionable that has like zero fucking, you know, guidance or a moral compass for that North Star, then you might actually inject peptides into your fucking nuts like a dipshit, or you might actually get on meth to sharpen your cheekbones. You might actually start punching your fucking cheekbones to create bone breaking so that you could get that look, right? Because that's manly. Like, what the fuck happened? And this generation's so cooked, bro. I'm saying, like, I always did want kids, but I swear to God, bro, I'm like, I feel lucky I don't. Not that I, again, not that I didn't want kids or not that I wouldn't want kids still, but I'm just saying, like, thank God I don't have to take a kid to school every day and like worry about, like, I already worry enough with my niece and she's like barely at school. She's a senior, you know, a month out from graduating, top 10 in her class. She ain't doing shit at school. She's barely there. Um, I can't imagine if I had like a 5-year-old. Wait, how old are you when you start school? 4 or 5? 4, 5? Whatever. I can't imagine like starting right now. Fuck, I gotta take this kid to school for the next 12 grades. Like, it's hard enough worrying about them getting A's and them, you know, making the fucking chess team or the football team or or first chair in viola, whatever the fuck. Now you got to worry about them getting fucking That's just hard, bro. That's just real hard. Wade Plem just made a diss video to Bubba Ray unprovoked for no reason. Wait, Wade Plem, the guy that covers wrestling or MMA and yeah, the guy that does boxing and MMA. I don't see it nowhere. Is it on his YouTube? Send it to me, champ. I left a comment for him. You could probably see if you look on his X though. But was it on what Alex, you have a wrench. Can you just put the link on? You could put links. You have a wrench. Can you just put it on the thing for me, please? I appreciate it. If you can't, don't worry about it. If you're working or you're busy, don't worry about it. But oh, it's on YouTube. Okay, well, if you can't look it up, don't worry about it. I'll look it up and I'll check it out. I want to see it. So it's like he's rapping. Is he rapping? Are we doing that now? Oh my god, I want to participate. Yo, I should make a diss track just to get on, right? Shouldn't I do that? What could I do? Who could I go after? I really, really respect Ariel Hawani. Like as far as like, you know, how he came up. And so I can make it about him because like when it would all come down, I would be like, oh, those were all fucking bars that I made up, you know, that have like no connection to my actual feelings. What about this? Yo, what you expected me to start acting scary, fool? Shit, I'm about to spit a bar that'll gonna be a straight burial. Man, call me EO Sky because I'm going after Ariel. Ooh, that's a bar. Stop. I just crushed it. Y'all pretending. Y'all just play rap. Y'all just play rap. Now
make this video because it's baffling to see, quite frankly. A little bit of the entitlement in a lot of the former professional wrestlers, WWE wrestlers, in wherever they worked, right? If it was in the big company, if it was around the indie scene, if it was in ECW, if it was, like I said, wherever, we are seeing a lot of entitlement out of the legends. And again, these people are legends. They know more about the wrestling business, or maybe have forgotten more than I will ever know in terms of working, in terms of being in the business. But for years, I think we all have. But today he went on a rant talking about the LFG.
bro, I was so fucking hoping that he was gonna actually like do a fucking rap music video. Alex, you like Wade Clemens? Here's my thing, right? He has experience with fighting. I don't really think he has a huge grasp of anything outside of MMA. And I don't mean that like he doesn't understand boxing or wrestling, not at all. I mean, he doesn't understand either landscape of them. You can't be outside of a community and then all of a sudden try to be in that community. And I'm not trying to like talk shit like, oh, he's a grifter or he can't be doing things that are my things. Like, not at all. This is more of a situation where like I watch his content. I have over the years. I don't really watch any other content when it comes to wrestling or even boxing because it just feels so casual. Like, not even that like he's a casual. It's just that like I've been doing this for a really, really, really long time, at least from the boxing standpoint. And so I can sniff it out when it's like, oh, you don't have the base knowledge from a historical standpoint, nor do you have the ability to reference data points so that you can come to these sort of like granular sort of or like macro conceptions of things, like the way he's able to do with MMA, right? Like Ariel's kind of the exact same thing. Like he might have a lot more like connections from like maybe the wrestling standpoint, but like from boxing, like this is a guy who might have been a fan of boxing, but he wasn't in the community to the point where he can understand the nuances of the fight game, how it works, the relationships, right? Like, can I say this? Okay, I'm gonna just say this. I was once told by a writer, who had met Ariel and knew Ariel a little bit, not a lot, that he had, in passing with a boxing manager slash promoter, brought up and kind of fawned over a little bit another person in boxing that he didn't know this person had a vendetta against. And it actually created a situation where he was seen as kind of a dick by people who he was absolutely trying to be friendly with. And these are kind of the situations that happen when you exist outside of a community, but have such a reach that you're able to make noise within said community, right? Based on either hot takes or just you giving, like, remember it used to be really popular on YouTube to be like, soccer fan watches Mankind Hell in the Cell, or like fucking table tennis player, or like amateur table tennis player watches ECW highlights, and it's like, that kind of shit. Yo, that ruler shirt for Obafemi is so dope, but I feel like, not that it's not racist to wear it, not at all, but I feel like it makes you look like a douche if you're not black and you wear it, because it's like a traditional African garb, and that's cool. I'm not saying it's not cool. I just, if I saw like a white dude with like just like fucking like such blonde hair, the scalp is pink, and he just wearing that, no, you know what? I'd fuck with him. I would fuck with that dude. Nah, you know what? Scratch that. Everything I just said, reverse it. I just changed my mind on it. I'm now imagining seeing this white dude at HEB wearing this Obafemi traditional Nigerian garb with Nigerian colors, and I'm not doing nothing but dapping him up. This is homeboy now. I'm giving him the link. I'm making him pull out his phone, subscribing to the channel so that he could be notified, so that I can have him on. And I'm gonna ask him to wear the shirt. I wouldn't get it though. I can't pull that off. I already have a Roots shirt and De La Soul. No. I have a De La Soul and I have a Tribe Called Quest shirt, which are in the traditional what's it called colors? Not the Palestinian, or I forget what it is. Is that black, red, yellow? Oh, that was not good. Yo, she dropped EO Sky hard. Oscar with that Joker look. That's sick. Oscar is trying to dance, but she knows that her friend is in fucking Japan now, because she got cut. And who is next? Probably. He said Theo Sky. That's Theo Vaughn and EO Sky's love child persona. Theo Sky. Chill, Brody. They're all like, you deserve it. She's like, wait, what? Those are not the chants I thought that were going to be coming. Babe. You know what I love about Ludwig's version of it? He really throwing that emphasis. Oye's way. Like it's not no like Oye's way. Get his gun to. Yo, that's a fire suit. Who is that? Oh, that's. Yo, they're all doing like real racist ass Mexican accents. And I'm not gonna lie, they're fucking hilarious. Like, here's the thing: if they were just talking like that, like outside of WWE, yeah, you got to call them on that. Like, what are y'all doing right now? Why are y'all talking like that? But in this context, fucking hilarious, and they're doing it really well, comedically speaking. What decision is there to make? He said that he said that Jacob Fatu should think about what he wants to do and then come back next Monday and then to reassure or insinuate or recommit to the match, let's just say. That was the narrative. The narrative wasn't what does Roman want to do? What the fuck? But honestly, it's a better narrative because it did make it feel like Jacob Fatu was in control. Bro, creative needs to hire. Listen to me. I've never in a million years hyped up my liberal arts degree, mostly because I don't have one. But I had gone to school for liberal arts. I went to study English, right? I've never tried to pump that up. Never. But this is a one time, bro. I'm going to pump this up. Bro, y'all need to hire a liberal arts major or at least somebody with a general understanding of storytelling, bro. Like, I'm not saying to do creative, but to at least let y'all know when shit don't make no sense. Or like when it completely, damn, Jacob be tying his shit so hard. Look at the side of his head all red and patchy and shit. Bro's teeth are falling out. Bro's hair is all fucking scalped. Crazy. Yo, why are they having that match, by the way, in what the fuck? Fuck. Hey, y'all know Christie's on HBO Max, right? It's pretty good. Y'all been watching y'all watch Euphoria? I've been watching that shit. This shit was fucking fire show this past week. I'll be honest, it make me feel weird sometimes, like, cause I'm not like an old perv anymore, right? Like I've had sex, like I'm not tripping over boobs at my age anymore. But it's like, I don't know. It just makes me feel weird when I see that shit. It's like those people were supposed to be in high school. Like you are the director and the creator of the show. It's like, man, y'all spend a lot of time thinking about sexual shit for high school kids. And then Drake's the fucking executive producer or one of them. Yikes, bro. Yikes. Yikes, vato. Nah, well, yes, we are, but Matt's running the show after the show. So I don't know what time he's going till. I don't know. Oh, why am I looking over there? I don't know what time he's going till, and I don't know how long he wants me to be on. So you know, if we're off before midnight, yes, I'll run at least an hour. But if not, catch you in the morning. And I will be on. I told y'all. It happened. I only have 5 people in the stream last night while we were running the test, but everybody said it was Fire. But here's what sucks, though. Y'all want me to tell y'all? Hold up. The fuck? Oh, we'll watch that in here a little bit. Look, so I had to move my PlayStation down here because the card that's in here, it won't extend. Where it can, but I just have to get another one. So I have the PlayStation down here now with the computer and the capture card underneath the Focusrite. So we ready to rock, but me and Matt are gonna run the show. Why did I say boy? Me and boy gonna run the show. You know, Machine Gun Matt, the boy. Yo, they were having. I seen a clip from Liv Morgan. Y'all seen it? Liv Morgan and Cody, and they were saying the Big Show does the. Well, it's the Big Show. But it wasn't right. That wasn't Big Show. He didn't do that. No way he had that voice. Unless they had T-Pain in there fucking with the controls and shit on some auto-tune shit. But yo, this Joe Hendry segment is like 2 years old. This is like all the fidget spinners have been taken away at school and everybody's grown up and they're in high school now, and then you get your kid a fidget spinner and he's like, look guys, and they're like, we're having sex and getting head in our cars outside in the parking lot. We play football and we're being drafted by the UT, Texas and A&M. Like, why do you have a fidget spinner? Let's hear this shit. I agree and disagree with Wade on a variety of topics. He's a good dude. I just think he talks retarded sometimes. Yeah, I definitely think so. So a guy who is successful and knows how to make money in the sport is entitled. Is that what he said? Wade called him entitled, right? Yeah, I don't. If that's what he said, he's an idiot. You're like, I have a black friend, guy. The hell, no, I'm not. Liberal arts major, shit's worthless than Charmin toilet paper. Yeah, no, I didn't say it wasn't, but Euphoria is smut. Alex is hilarious. Alex, you read smut. Shout out to you, my guy. Alex said the only Euphoria I rock with is Kendrick. Man, you my mans in them. You my mans in them. It was an accident. I didn't mean to call him boy. Joe Hendry's shtick died quickly, didn't it? It actually didn't die quickly. It died like a very natural death. Oh, this is lame. What is this? What are we doing right now? I read manga erotica, not Yo, Alex is hilarious on Monday nights, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I read Haunting Adeline. Shit was nuts. I heard that shit was nuts. What are the Street Profits' role in WWE at this point? Like, I don't even understand. Are they trying to get him over or not trying to get him over? I'm not gonna lie though, that's a fire mic stand. Hello? How about A&W cream soda? Sounds good. Okay, love you. Thank you. Bye. Bro, this is crazy that what they're on. I'm gonna fast forward it because this shit was just a fucking run-in schmoz. Oh, what the hell? Bro, all those figs suck. They need to make the whole heart foundation, like all four of them. Looks like he be honest there just to be there to keep Bianca's bills paid. That's funny. Let Montez make money for his upcoming family, bro. No. And it's not even that I don't want them in. Here's the thing. My argument isn't that they're on TV. My argument is that they're on TV for nothing. Like, I actually want them to get over and be used. And I don't think doing run-ins for 4 weeks until a tag match where they win back the tag titles that they'd already held. Bro, we're not doing this with Oba. Come on. This is oh my god. Grayson Waller. This is where we go. You beat Brock Lesnar and then you go to Grayson Waller. This is like you have 10-year-old matchmakers. And obviously there's no such thing as matchmaking in WWE, but there has to be, narratively speaking, right? Why on earth would you book a match between Obafemi and this dipshit that hasn't been relevant? The less relevant Austin Theory. What? You're going to make Obafemi versus the least talented or the less talented Aussie version of Austin Theory? Yo, Rey Mysterio looks lost out there right now, but the Mexico boots are fire. They say whip on him? Yikes. That mask looks like an alien. I feel like it's not that they're entitled, the legends. He's wrong about that. But I do feel like they all think that every time they make their entrance, like everybody thinks it's iconic. Yeah, cream sodas are fire. Mario, what are your thoughts on peptides? I think peptides are what they've always been. 1000% not worth the risk. I knew a bodybuilder that took peptides, and I can tell you that there is a state that your body has to be in order for peptides to A, do what they're supposed to do, and B, not do the harmful shit you don't want them to do. And I can tell you that most people are not in the physical position to A, benefit from peptides the way they can be benefited from, while minimizing the risk of usage. They are not worth it, in my opinion. It's just too little percentage a chance that it does what you want it to do free of consequence. I mean, it's literally like a 4 or 5% chance that happens. The bigger likelihood is that you end up with some very short term but very fucked up consequences. Listen, there's always a pro and a con for doing shit, right? And I feel like the smarter people are the ones that look at the percentages and the data points for everything, and they find out where can I get the biggest return with the smallest risk. And look, even though I don't think testosterone is great when you're younger, certainly not before you're like 35 or 40. But those things are much safer, much safer. Honestly, bro, fucking what are the Rad 1400 shit? That's safer. What was that called? The other one I used to take. Yeah, it was the Rad 14. Oh, Rad 140. That's the one I took. Those are they're called selective androgen receptor modulators, and otherwise known as SARMs. And like honestly, I would put somebody on SARMs before I'd ever put them on peptides. Fucking for sure. Like if you're gonna start doing anything, right? That's that's like you know what that's like that's like peptides are like trying to smoke cigarettes to lose weight. You know what I mean? It's like, could you lose some weight with cigarettes? Yeah, they are a appetite suppressor, but you could also blow out your fucking lung, you know. And unlike cigarettes, for which you could smoke for like 10 years and literally cause no harm because everything will revert back, that peptide shit, you get to a point where you're done skis, bro. You are done skis. So you can tell us how your niece got her paycheck Friday. Oh yeah. Oh man, yeah. We got it. My brother ended up getting hers. By the time I finished my work, he had already gotten it. He didn't get her friends. So I volunteered to go get her friends. I said, "Can I speak with the manager? I have a problem." She came. I told her what was going on. And she started saying, like, "Sir, I'm busy." I told the girls, and I said, "Okay, so then I'm going to call corporate, let them know that you've decided to withhold their money, and then I'll file the appropriate, stuff." And she's like, "Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want." I was like, "Oh, bitch. You fucked up. You fucked up." I said, "Wait a minute. I know you. I know you. You're the manager. You've been here for months, haven't you?" Now, my niece worked there for months. I already knew a lot of stuff about her. You know what I mean? But I'm acting like I have been going to that Wingstop forever. That was like my Wingstop. And so I was like, "You were the one who worked, and you." So it was this one time I went in there and they messed up my order. I went and brought it back. I had them switch it out, and she didn't bitch this person out, but she's like, "Hey, you need to be more careful, blah, blah, blah." Yo, I told her, I was like, "I remember you. You were ugly to her. You were toxic." Because that's the thing, right? Like when you're in those positions where you can't become a Karen. You have to be one with the Karen. Okay? You don't allow your emotions to spill over to the point where you become a Karen and have no control over the moves that you make next. You can tap into the spirit or the aura, if you will, of a Karen and be like, and so I was like, I remember that. And that was very toxic. And I'll have you know that these children that you're working with, you are a detriment to their psychological well-being. And I can tell you that corporate's gonna want to know just how ugly and manipulative you've been to these kids. How dare you? Dude, I could tell she was gonna start crying. So I walked out and I said something to the lines of, it would have taken, this is what I said. I said, it would have taken you 45 seconds to give it to her. It would have taken you less time to give it to me if you had it ready. I said, shame on you for letting your ego blow this into something that it should have never been. I went to the car. I stayed sitting there. I was parked right in front of the thing. And I was just looking for numbers at this point, right? Corporate, because I knew they weren't going to give me shit. And I get a knock on the window, and I roll down my window, and she has it, and she gives it to me. I go, and look, at the end, she gets her money, and it could have happened without me filing a complaint with corporate. And she's like, "Well," and I fucking took off on that bitch. But she's lucky that I didn't have to get Kinses. Bro, if I would have had to get Kinses, that shit would have been like, mm-mm. Didn't you say the other day she had to squash? He should have a squash match every week for a few weeks, or am I mistaken? Yeah, no, that is a good point, but it's like, I don't think the squash matches should be against just anybody, right? Like there's a level, we could say that let's see, like the LWO, right? Like they could have gotten it, or the Escobars, or like you could just keep going down the list, right? And it's not that I even have a problem with the squash match, it's just that he represents specifically like nothing, right? He had a nugget of a storyline that involved trying to join the New Day, and I actually thought that was funny. I thought it was working a little bit with their reluctancy and him trying to like overly impress them, and that was it. And now it's just basically he is New Day with Kofi Kingston. And so again, it's not the squash match. I appreciate you calling me on that, but it's not even the squash match. It's actually Wallen that I'm upset with. Not upset with him, but upset with the choice of Wallen. They could do better than Wallen. Yeah, these lights will not turn back on. Fucking bullshit. Ness is going crazy with them. No, is he? Bro, Max, what the fuck, bro? You are tapped into the culture of the manosphere and the bullshit they sell him. Why haven't you told him, bro? Are you serious? Is he really? Or are you trolling? Been trying to get me to buy them. I just got a bad gut feeling. Shit, he about to have a bad nut feeling is what he about to have, bro. I can't believe that man is taking, hypothetically, Oba versus Kofi squash next week. Cool with you? Yes, absolutely. A Kofi squash is great. And here's the thing, I will accept the Wallen if that's where it goes to. That's what I want. The problem isn't Wallen. The problem is what Wallen represents to me. And what he represents is he represents like a pit of nothing creatively, right? So remember whenever Baron Corbin used to be a wrestler in the WWE, and anybody who would get into a feud with him, they would get into the Corbin Baron like fucking like stratosphere, right? And you just did nothing. It was bullshit. It was terrible. He was just like this lower mid-card act that you had to put up with. That's what Wallen represents to me. However, if they are going to actually run a narrative that benefits Oba, then yeah, I have no problem with him, right? He's not a bad wrestler at all, and he can make someone look good. He just doesn't have the clout to make it matter for Oba. Oh my God. Yo, Kaiser cannot catch Ray like that and then just lose. Yo, that was a nuts ass catch. Why you think Cruz sent that video? I thought y'all were just joking about peptides, bro. Like everybody's talking about him right now because of clavicular and shit. By the way, you know clavicular, I don't know if y'all know this. Y'all know he's a Peter Thiel fucking industry plant, right? They trying to get fucking kids to not have nuts or like to not be able to have kids and shit. And like for Ness at his age, yo, that's peptides, bro. Why wouldn't you just jump on testosterone? Like, fuck. Oh man, I gotta call my dog, bro. I gotta call my dog. The Kofi squash is punishment for his tweets about Brock. Hilarious. Ooh. Well, that's funny because Brock was punishment for him for getting over. Six 619 619 6. This is stupid. The hell, Ray has nothing to do with it. The hell, he did a takedown like he's not a fucking lucha character now. This is like a fucking catch can wrestling match. There's supposed to be two fake luchas. There's supposed to be two wigger versions of luchas. Damn, Chad Gable being pulled out by his partner. What was his name? The guy that was Kurt Angle's son in kayfabe? Jordan Chambliss? No. What was his name? Jordan something. Man, I can't believe none of y'all gave me credit for that aerial line. Pop into TVE, bro. He will be constantly talking about peptides. Bro, I'm gonna go on the show tomorrow. I'm gonna call him out on live. That's my boy, bro. He gonna think that is me hating or me trying to troll, bro. But I'm gonna come and tell him for real. Like, bro, first of all, peptides don't have the kinds of effects that you like. They're not gonna be lasting. That's first of all. Second of all, you're in a position where you're essentially putting yourself in a position where you're gonna have to be on something forever. That's if you use them long enough, you're gonna get to a point where you have to use something forever. See, the beauty about running a cycle or like test boosters, like something before you go hardcore, like testosterone or HGH type shit, before you go hardcore, just upping them naturally will have an incredible boost and everything. Like I used to have like pretty bad acne. I mean, not bad acne, but like way worse than I have would have later in life. And I could tell you that it was exacerbated by the steroid use to the point where like I learned that anytime you mess with your body in a way that's synthetic or produces synthetic results, like all peptides really do are what BCAAs do. They're just on steroids, right? Peptides are able to transmit the protein cells or receptors, I mean, to the cells and specifically the cells that are capable of cellular growth. That's what branch amino chains do. That's what BC motherfucking AA's do. Amino acids. They're that's all they are. Peptides are just basically amino acids. They work much faster, much stronger, but the takeaway is, oh man, he's gonna have some issues, bro. I hope he hasn't been taking them long, because he is at an age where, bro, I hope you don't like having a hard dick. You know, because he probably like, oh, I'm older now, I don't need to have kids, so I don't care that it fucking, you know, ruins your balls. But it's like, oh, okay, well, that's cool, but I hope you like having your fucking skin on your foreskin fucking slouched down until you're fucking 60, making your dickhead look like a third ball. I'm gonna come with love though tomorrow, right? I'm not gonna be like this. I'm gonna come with love. I'm gonna come with like not respect. Well, yes, respect. I mean, he's my friend, but I'm saying like I'm gonna come with like an authoritative love, right? I know way more about this shit than he does. That's just bottom line. So I don't have to fight with him or argue with him, because it's not a debate. This is a lesson. This is me trying to teach him something. He's on a peptide for the D2. Damn. He told a story about a random hard-on. Wow. He said, I guess Kari was a figment of our imagination. She didn't exist by WWE logic now. Yo, why do they do? And that's the shit that infuriates me, right? I'm so glad Mex is on, because he's going to learn a little bit more about my AEW fandom. Like, he thinks it's like me being a mark for wrestling. It's not. It is a response to the WWE. Like imagine if Zuffa like operated in a way where they pretended nobody outside of Zuffa existed in boxing. Not Joshua, not Tank, not fucking Bam, not fucking Shiraz, not fucking anybody, nobody. All right, except for the people that exist in the roster of Zuffa. And by the way, that doesn't include Canelo. Don't think that concludes Canelo or Terrence Crawford, because it don't, right? And even if Devin and Shakur get signed that fight, I'm not expecting a TKO deal to come with it, right? Especially after Conor Benn was only given one fight deal to kind of prove the merit, right? These guys aren't going to be, they're going to be like, you're not going to treat Conor Benn better than me. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You mean how BBC pretended Crawford didn't exist for years? Exactly. And how HBO would do it to Showtime fighters and how Showtime fighters would do it to HBO fighters? Exactly. All right? Exactly. I hate it. It's fucking stupid. Like, why are you insulting our intelligence? Like, just because WWE is everything for y'all and that represents everything wrestling for you because you work there and you get paid by them, that don't mean that's just for me. I don't get paid by y'all. I'll watch whatever the fuck I want, including y'all, and I enjoy it. But it's like y'all want to pretend like we can only enjoy one version of wrestling, and I get it. You don't want to put them over because you're the bigger dog, and any sort of like, what the fuck is this? Oh, the fanatic shit. By the way, Shakur said that's bullshit for a Coppinger. Yeah, I saw that too. Ryan too said something about he knows behind the scenes that Shakur's not dealing with Devin right now, or they're not talking with Devin. Some shit like that. I don't know. Now that you mention it, Shakur needs to stop tweeting. He keeps bursting everyone's bubble. He's being a killjoy. Yeah, bro. For real, right? I know, dude. Like, at least let us have the 48-hour content, right? Before you shit on it. Like, give us the 24 hours of content, and then after that, you could tell us it's not, and then we'll have another 24 hours of content. So you give us a 48 to 72 hour news cycle, but this motherfucker's like, false, not true. It's like, damn. All right, champ. Oba. 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 Oh, bruv. Oba. That man needs a title. Nah, that ain't it, champ. You gotta pull the ankle in and then fucking bop. You know who used to do it really well is Bradshaw. JBL used to do it really well. He understood that the optics were about the momentum coming back and forth. He's missing a little of these shots. Oof. Yikes. Now he hit him. One, two, three. Bro, my cousin gave me, or he's putting this emulator on my iPad, dude. Yo, I get to play all the fucking games from the past. And it made me realize, yo, I'm gonna do a segment for this week sometime, and we're gonna talk about the best boxing games we ever played growing up. Obviously we'll talk about Fight Night and, you know, Fight Night Champions and Undisputed and some of the more modern ones, but there are a lot of fire ass. Choco, come here, mama. All right, never mind. What did he call us? He calls us Australia. How is that a solution? There's no room for new guys to get title matches, so I'm gonna fight anyone. Wasn't that what you were already doing? This is so dumb. This is so fucking dumb. Why anyone that goes out there is already destroying the narrative that we're building up. This guy is supposed to be very scary, right? And the top guys are supposed to be veteran built. How does it make any sense for someone to say, "Oh, this fucking NXT call up from several months back thinks he's hot shit. He's also really big and way more young." Yeah, no thanks. What do I get out of it? Nothing. You just said it. You have no title and you're nowhere close to a title. So in what way does this satisfy those solutions? You saying, I can't get the people that I want to get, so I'm going to take anybody. And also, if you stop the open challenge with the US title, why are we doing this with Oba? Like, I don't know. Look, at the end of the day, we're going to get squash matches for a guy who needs to be running through squash matches. But this idea that you think he is going to, like, you're trying to make him look like a prize fighter, right? You're trying to make him seem like a win over Oba is a big deal. And him suffering his first big singles loss will be a big deal. But for now, like, it just doesn't even work for the story. Like, who's going to go out there? It's got to be a heel, right? And why? What's going to make a heel go out there? The heels that are like always scared to fight and don't want to ever wrestle, that's going to be like, what? Kofi Kingston would have been fire for next week. Here's the thing. Do you give Oba a loss before you put a strap on him, or before you put the strap on him? Heavyweight or world title, do you give him a loss? Wait, let me hear this again. I did not catch. I didn't clock this. Oba. And there it is. Roxanne's face. She is not happy. Oh, shit. Finn Balor is still trying to get him some. Oh, okay. Okay. EA Sports 6. Oh, wait. But seriously, why does Shakur feel the need to shoot down fight buzz everything it picks up immediately? Oh, every time it picks up immediately. It seriously doesn't help his popularity amongst fans. Yeah, I here's the thing, right? I would say in my perspective, what the fuck? What is going on? Sorry guys, hold on real quick. Oh, did these lights go out? I think these lights went out. Fuck. Oh well. Yeah, they definitely went out. All right. Oh well, no big deal. So the point I was gonna make, I forgot what point I was gonna make. Oh yeah. You were talking about the Shakur thing. I think that it's like this, right? If you're Shakur Stevenson and you know that the current market is a bit thin for you as it relates to big fights for which you control the A side. So essentially, any fight he makes, right, is a significant gamble on his career. He doesn't provide the kind of brand that makes you want to watch him regardless of what he does. He has the kind of brand that he is elite and can't be beat, and people think, oh yeah, he's real sweet. No, I just started rapping. I knew that was gonna rhyme, so I said it. But like, he thinks it's like a situation where if he allows a narrative to play out in the media that he isn't confident will come to fruition, then he knows that the backlash you endure in those moments are heavy. Remember, Alex, and well, everybody, not just Alex. Remember, when you're asking about Shakur, you're talking about a guy who's already dealt with a very high level of doubt from fandom that did not appreciate him enjoying the benefits of a top ranked diet, right? These people wanted him to fight someone that they felt he was actually on the level with, right? And it was unfair. It was unfair to demand something from a guy that hadn't even had double digits in professional fights just because he's outclassing everybody. You want to go the Lomachenko route, you pay for that route, right? And even though Lomachenko ended up turning out to be a really great pro, he learned the hard way with Salido. So you have two options, and you can't say one's better or worse. You got to say which one works and which one doesn't. And right now, I could say that Shakur's is working, right? Even though with Top Rank, that narrative was created and people accused him of not fighting anyone. He managed to build himself to this point, and he fought the right guy at the right time. Everything is trending up for him in his career. He is a commodity within the sport of boxing. But he also is like a veteran at this point now, having dealt with some of the highest levels of boxing, being seen on ESPN, headlining fights, like all these things that, really showed you how much further he was in the competition. But the problem was the competition wasn't at that level as well at that time. And so he can learn from mistakes and understand that allowing a fight that he isn't quite certain will get to the finish line to circulate for 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, a week, 2 weeks without saying anything, then the hopes get built up. See, right now, there are way more casual fans that haven't heard this news at all yet. And they'll wake up tomorrow or Wednesday or Thursday or go to bed one of those nights and they'll come across it, right? Because they don't take in boxing content like us. So they're going to see it in 3-4 days And right away, they're going to see the caveat. Yeah, but fucking Shakur's calling bullshit. So the expectations get, tempered down. And if you're Shakur, the smart thing is to do that, because guess what? You tell everybody it's not happening and you shit on it. It does suck. You're right. I agree with you. It makes it feel like it isn't happening, right? But then once it is announced, if it is announced, then that payoff is huge, bro, for everybody to be like, oh my God, a fight that shouldn't even be happening because it's too good for boxing. Like, that's the type of mentality casual fans are going to have. So it could be strategic, I guess, but either that or he's just a fucking Zelina Vega wanting to announce his own fucking news like he's a journalist. EA Sports UFC 6 officially announced Max Holloway is on the cover. I saw that, champ, and thank you for saying it. He said we're officially getting UFC 6 before GTA 6. Yeah, absolutely. And we knew that was going to be the case. Release date June 19th. Shout out to you, Alex. You have a wrench for life, man. You are always tapping in, giving us the info. I wish I would have had you on earlier with Abe, because I kept forgetting some of those points you had made last week as it related to the cuts. But yeah, you should anybody who missed that earlier episode or earlier guest spot from Abe, please go back. Please watch. It is very, very valuable, and he said a lot of good things. Does this sentence sound stupid? What do y'all think? Fatu did an incredible job delivering passion in his promo, telling Roman he wants more than the title. He wants the planes, the houses, and the education afforded to America's most affluent families. I feel like that's just it's too wordy. And the education afforded to Roman's tax bracket, but I already used Roman's name. I don't know. I'll come back to it. Welcome to the jungle. According to the OTC's tax bracket, yeah, I very much like that better. Thank you, Mex. Mex is a good writer, guys. I don't know if I don't know if people would be surprised by this necessarily. Only in the sense that like probably hasn't written an article in like in this decade. But yeah, Mex did a good job. When the Boxing Voices website was more than just a landing page for the show. I mean, that's not a shot, obviously. It's like who reads stuff anymore, but you know, he it wasn't worth it for him to keep a staff of writers because the show supplemented it. You know what I mean? So it's like put everything into the show, you make more money, and then you cut the writing, and then you get to keep more money. So smart. Especially because the market is so, I mean, you know, it's so tough to break. The only, you know, one of the reasons why I think Fights ATW has such a good chance is because it has a strong roster of writers from each genre, whereas the biggest boxing websites in the world or in America are boxing only for the most part. Maybe some very casual fan MMA. A lot of them are turning to wrestling now. Mex, man, do you ever feel like, do you ever want to kick yourself for us being in 2021, pandemic just about over, and we were gearing up to put out a wrestling podcast before all the boxing guys started jumping in? And you know, like I said, Ness had no interest in wrestling, but he saw the economic potential in that. So he that was not at all what I thought was going to happen. Not only because we need full ownership and creative control. Oh yeah, no, but only because we needed full ownership and creative control. Yeah, no. Very good point. Very, very good point. Spoken like a adult and person that values his contribution. So Respect to you, champ. Wait, where's my fucking yeah, no. You're absolutely right. Because it would have only just caused a bunch of shit, right? Instead of a situation that ended up happening plenty of times, it would have been one big old thing. And then, by the way, the growth of the wrestling channel, I think, would have been substantially faster than the growth of Boxing Voice. And that's not a shot at the Boxing Voice. That's a shot, not even a shot. That's just the truth about the appeal of boxing versus wrestling. I mean, Mex, you remember the narrative? We were on the Boxing Voice like early, right? I mean, like I was on since like 2013, I guess, right? Something like that. Right after the Mayweather Cotto fight is when I joined. And like wrestling was very hated. Not even hated, just like not respected at all at that time. It was very hard to have any sort of conversations about it. And shout out to like the fucking people who, man, at a time in the internet where everybody was clocking their own shit, like people that didn't give a fuck and would just bring it up and talk about it, and knew we loved it. And but like, yeah, wrestling was, it wasn't until like 2018 I feel like there was like a shift that started turning, and I really feel like the OTC Roman Reigns era really helped to like define like a cool version of wrestling for people looking, that would find it appealing, right? I always tell people, like, give it a chance, not in the sense of, oh, I'm gonna watch a wrestling clip or a wrestling match. No, like you have to watch a show and see the narrative, see what makes things, like, builds the stakes, right? And it's so funny because boxing fans that aren't wrestling fans have no idea that what they love about boxing, what makes them so interested in specific boxing matches, are based on the elements that wrestling utilizes every week, right? Like, the grudge match, right? The blood feud. Remember Marcos Antonio Barrera and Eric Morales? Remember they got into that fucking squabble? Or Lennox Lewis, Mike Tyson in their press conference, or Joe Frazier and Mike Tyson. I mean, and fucking Ali, fucking wrestling around on the floor and shit. Like, all that was narrative. All that is storytelling. When what's his name? Who did Cassius Clay knock out? Or Ali, while when he was going back play? The world champion that was mobbed up. What was his name? Fuck. I was gonna say Joe Louis. Fuck. What is the Sonny Liston? Sonny Liston. Even that was like hold up. Even the Sonny Liston thing, whenever he fired that gun, the cap gun at Ali, everybody thought, oh, this fucking dude who everybody knew was mobbed up, just pulled out a gun and fired it. Ended up being fake. But it was a narrative, right? It was a narrative, and it was a good narrative too, I think. It reestablished the idea of well, you know what? It actually didn't. Never mind. But it was something that ended up driving the interest to a point that ended up shaping rules for sanctioning bodies. I'm not saying it was a good thing that happened. I'm saying that good things came from it, right? And now there are parameters as far as press conferences and weigh-ins, and most people are certainly at a big enough level, savvy enough to have in writing, like, if you fuck this fight up with stupid shenanigans, like, we're gonna come after you. The hell? Why was the Vikings used? Do you agree that Roman having the world heavyweight champion makes it instantly the bigger belt. I don't think it makes it the bigger belt. I think it makes it a more significant belt. I said it before WrestleMania. The belt wasn't doing anything for Roman Punk. Roman Punk was doing everything for that belt. When Seth Rollins begged Cody Rhodes to pick him back at WrestleMania 40, the finish the story WrestleMania, that created an optic on the heavyweight title that it never recovered from. And Jey Uso's failed run didn't help anything either. So Roman holding that strap, yes, it glorifies it in a way that it has never been glorified. But no, you cannot ignore the lore and the history of the world title that Cody Rhodes currently has. I joined after Canelo Triple G2 and it was still hated on. Yep, champ. Exactly. Conrad really changed the game. You think so? You think Conrad? I mean, I definitely would say he made it he helped redefine the infrastructure and created a economy, that a blueprint that's, capable of being followed on. In a lot of ways, like Ness did. He didn't have as big an impact, but he certainly had a similar one as Conrad. But that's a good point, I guess. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Oh, Roman is over like Grover. Ooh, he just gave that Texas shout out. Laredo in the house. Laredo. Simon, vato. Damn, I'm behind, huh? He just said Texas loves their tribal chief. They made this title in spite of me. Holy shit. Bro, I said all that. Pretty meh episode of Raw. Yeah, this is. I hope something happens here, but it don't look like it. Huh? Damn, he said Seeker didn't call me. Yo ass. Oh, Solo. Solo? What the fuck are we talking about? OTC. Damn. Oh shit. The hell is that, a mandible claw? Oh, the old Ming one. Yeah, champ, I got you. Yeah, champ. Send me the link and give me 10 minutes. Actually, let me end the show. Appreciate everybody who chopped in. I am going to be back tomorrow. We'll be on that show. So if you want to tap on over there, he's got a bunch of sports topics as well as wrestling and boxing. And then depending on what time it is after that, we will potentially run a sesh on Twitch. So yeah, everybody tap in. Appreciate y'all. Make sure you go to @InfightingFX on all platforms: Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and X. And then IG, it's @InfightingFX and @MarioMonkia. You can follow me personally. So yeah, I will see y'all tomorrow. Until then, peace.